Hi, Tooth. Welcome in. Can't you choose all the girls? Sadly, this is not Love Esquire. If only. Well, guys, lock in. It's going to be a subathon today. And by that, I mean you subscribe and nothing changes. It is Sunday, October 26th, 2025, 9:18 a.m. Slept in, but not as much because we lost power last night. It's been storming all across Washington, and it's so funny because whenever the power goes out, it's either fully out or like certain rooms lose power. And usually the bedrooms lose power first because it doesn't have like any essential equipment, right? So we didn't have any power in our bedrooms all night. But thankfully I can charge my phone now. So yeah, I had to sleep with no nightlight. It was very scary. Subathons mean you have to invite celebrities but still beg for subs? I mean, what do you think I could get on the stream? Think about it. I don't know. Who could I pull? By like 5-degree connections, you could say I know people, but I don't have any one immediate connections. Also, my hair is wet still. Also, I have a pimple patch here. You can see it a little bit, and then one here. Ew. I'm 26 and I still have acne. Anything I need to address before we get started? I don't think so. But if you haven't already, the annual Peace In Halloween special is going to be tomorrow evening. I can't do it on Halloween this year because I will not confirm nor deny, but I may work on Halloween. So fill out this year's survey. Tell me your scary stories. Submissions close tomorrow afternoon, so submit today. Bring Stephen Hawking. Sorry to tell you, but he's dead. He died a few years ago. So, oh. And then, there's only a few days left of October. Get your Hard Hands illustration and or subscribe to the Lino Print Club, available on peacenorth.myshopify.com. Subscribe today. There you go, look at that. Bang. I will not confirm nor deny, but next month's theme may start with an F. Lock in. That's part of the meme? Oh, I don't know. I'm 26. I'm not hip with the kids anymore. Okay, so, guys, we're going to be continuing our playthrough of Please Be Happy. Yesterday we got through a little bit of chapter 3. There's 5 chapters total. So if we lock in today, we can maybe beat this game. So I assume we probably got like 6 to 8 hours left. So, lock in. Chapter 3, from what I've heard, is like the chapter where you choose your main love interest. And as you can see, I don't know. I don't know if I want Espen or Juliet. I think Espen is like coming on as strong, when I feel like Juliet is going to be like a slow burn. And I'm a sucker for slow burns. So we'll decide. We'll figure it out. But chat, let's lock in. Get cozy. And if you missed the first 2 chapters, watch the VOD from yesterday.
Ooh, I needed that break. Back to it.
Wait, I'm only 24% through? Top left. That does not sound right. There's no way. There's no flipping way we're only a quarter through. Oh, Fuck, man. Okay. Guys, lock in. Day 2. Nighttime. I'm so excited that I end up missing my turn to take me back to the library. Lost in my thoughts about what'll happen when I get there instead. I don't even realize that I've zoned out until I reach the end of... I don't even realize that I've zoned out until I reach the edge of Mount Victoria, right where the city streets turn into parkland.
Oops. Good thing I can find my way back from here.
I'm still within the area that I've visited before, so I'll be able to use the mountain as a landmark to find my way back. I hummed to myself as I turned back, head abuzz with pleasant thoughts. If I give Juliet my person's name, I'm sure she'll be able to help me track them down. That's what she specializes in, after all. And I'm sure Aspen will want to hear all about their life too. She loves stories, and I'm sure Jungin will have a ton. I'm not sure how they'll feel about seeing me again. I doubt they ever expected it to happen. They'll definitely be surprised that I'm not just the fox they met back then, but a person now. I have a feeling they'll at least be glad... Wait, I have a feeling they'll at least be as glad... Okay, I forgot as. I have a feeling they'll at least be as glad as I am. Ooh, new environment. I may be halfway home before I realize that I'm not alone. The prickling sensation on the back of my neck is unmistakable. My instincts are telling me that someone else is nearby. I'm still near the mountain, but it's practically empty here. I can hear the sounds of other people in the distance, but they're all hidden by the trees and hills. I whip my head back and forth, but try as I might, I can't work out where they are. It's a strange and disconcerting feeling, given how easily I can pick up even the smallest animals. Then, from the corner of my eye, I spot a bush slightly shuffling. Just as I turn to take a proper look, the silver fox I saw the other day steps out of it.
Oh, it's just you.
I start to bend down and reach out a hand, like I would to pet a dog, but hesitate. I know from experience that a fox wouldn't respond to that. I'm surprised she hasn't run away already. That's what I would have done. She stares at me without the slightest movement, her eyes locked on mine. My heart jumps as the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Something is off. Then, without taking her eyes off of me, she starts to transform. I barely have time to be shocked as her arms and legs grow longer and her fur retracts, head shrinking and changing into something more human-like. Sorry, there's a car. I don't know if you guys can hear it or not. My new room is closer to, like, the road, so, dude, I hate when people got the loud-ass cars. Okay, lock in. For the first time in my life, I'm face to face with another Gumiho. My throat tightens and grows dry. My vision narrows and my eyes start ringing in shock. It's as if all the world has fallen away except for me and her. The silver and black clothes she's wearing seems to shimmer in the moonlight like the skin of a snake waiting to strike. Hanging loosely on her frame, the wrap fabrics around her body and face make her appear almost formless. Her only accessory is a bracelet around her wrist. It's a plain leather band, but a shining white bead is held in the middle by another loop of leather. I recognize that bead. I have one just like it. Well, almost like it. Whereas mine is a duller, milky color, hers is so bright that it almost hurts to look at. The soft blue glow around it reminds me of the full moon. It's almost like she stepped out of the painting I just saw at the museum. A shawl covers most of her face, but her hair and eyes are still visible. Those intense eyes. Her gaze reminds me of a steel. While they're still the same shape as mine, they're sharper, angrier, crueler. Oh. Guys, don't worry, I would never leave you all. Uh-oh. Doo-doo. 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 Crueler. Ooh. She haughtily tosses her long flowing hair back as she takes a step towards me. I skip back, keeping the distance between us. When I lived in the forest, I knew to flee when I met a predator stronger than I was. Better to get away alive than risk my life for pride. My survival instinct tells me that this is one of those times. The other Gumiho laughs, but there's no humor in it. Sharp and hollow, it only makes me more uneasy.
So, the human pet still knows when to run.
She kind of sounds like Juliet.
The human... what? Pet. I've been watching you for a while. Ever since you came to this place, actually. Watched you demean and domesticate yourself for the sake of humans. It's pathetic. When you first arrived, I was hopeful that we might be alike. Optimistic, even. I was a fool. I see you now for what you are. Nothing better than a dog begging for its master's affection and table scraps. We are not the same. We are nothing alike.
Her words hang in the air, poisoning my good mood from just moments ago. My first instinct is to run away as usual. Something stops me, though. I'm entranced. The novelty of this experience, of finally meeting another Gumiho, keeps me rooted in place despite my fear. No matter what she's like, this is the closest I've ever been to someone like me. I swallow the lump in my throat and hope that my voice doesn't shake as much as I think it will.
So what? Did you ambush me just to say that? Ambush? You should have known weeks ago that I was following you.
I have let down my guard.
But I repeat myself. You've numbed yourself to your instincts and your potential. I saw you in that place of memories, saw you gaze upon the portrait of one of our sisters. I hope that you would open your eyes, as you haven't before. It pains me to see your existence do disservice to our very kind. Now that you have seen what you could and should be, perhaps you can still change yourself, dog. Sharpen your teeth and claws once more. These creatures that you bind yourself to, those human and those not, they are but shackles, slowly squeezing away that which is wild and free in you. Do not mistake my words for sympathy or pity. I would see you gone from this place. But so long as you remain, your presence is an eyesore. It pains me to witness. Thus, I will do what I must to cure it, as unpleasant a task as it may be. You will never be one of them, no matter how much you might crave it. Better to embrace what you are and can be. Anything else is a waste of your abilities.
She studies me for a moment longer and then turns away. I feel like I should say something, but I can't find the words. Whether from shock or fear, I'm too dazed to so much as stammer out a denial. Her clothes melt away like silver fur as she transforms back into a fox. I reach out to stop her, but she flits off and disappears into the darkness, without a moment's hesitation. The world around me rushes back in. My skin my skin suddenly feeling cold in the night air. The rush of emotions going through my head evaporates, and the adrenaline that was running through me ebbs away. I'm left there just standing there, alone. Closing my eyes, I muster the strength that I haven't tapped into in weeks. My bead warms itself as I transform, my body following the same motions as the other Gumihos. I try to start chasing her, but my first steps and forelegs are shaky. I've grown unfamiliar with this form, almost stumbling over just trying to move. Maybe there's a bit of truth in what she said. I take a few more steps towards the brush, but soon give up. Even if I caught up to her, what would I say? What would I do? I'd only make a fool of myself. There's a scent on the wind that I couldn't notice as a human but is unmissable as a fox. I recognized it immediately. From a long time ago, on one of my first mornings here, when I first woke up from my den near the mountain and stepped outside, I knew that someone had been there. It was her. She really was following me from the beginning. For a long moment, I watched the place where she disappeared. Then I transformed back. I don't really feel like a fox right now. I don't know what I'm feeling. Some of what she said is true. I haven't used any of my talents in a long, long time. My clumsiness when I am in my fox form, my own original body is a reminder of that. But as for degrading myself for the sake of others, that doesn't feel true. I spent my entire life living free, and only for myself. It's always been my choice to remain here, and it's not to be forgotten. So why do her words sting so much? If I was totally confident in my decision, then they shouldn't bother me, right? Maybe I've forgotten more of myself than I know. The painting at the museum and the other Gumiho herself both prove that there's something different about me. Something that must come easily to everyone else. The same way all aspects of daily life at home don't come easily to me either. I feel disconnected, torn between two worlds that I barely know, but I can't help being drawn to. Where do I fit in? Where do I belong? I know what Juliet and Aspen would say, but does that make it true? Their home hasn't been my home for long. I've been a thief and a liar for so much longer than I've been whatever I am now. Without anything else to gain out here, I slowly start to make my way back home again. The excitement I felt about telling Juliet and Aspen everything I found at the museum has vanished. It'll have to wait for another time. After a quiet walk through the empty streets to the library, I quietly slink inside, trying to keep Juliet from noticing. I just don't feel like talking right now. It seems to work. I can hear her bustling around somewhere, but she doesn't call out to me when I come home. Without a word, I ascend the stairs to my room as quickly and quietly as I can, and climb under the covers. It's far too early to go back to bed, but I don't know what else to do. If I'm awake, my thoughts will only be a bother. Better to sleep it off and hope that I feel better in the morning. Yesterday's events, both the good and the bad, linger in my mind while I perform my usual routine of tossing and turning in bed before I get up. Now that the shock's worn off, I feel a little better about what happened. I wonder if I'll have forgotten all about the other Gumiho by the end of the day. In fact, now that I think about it, it's possible I had met other Gumiho before and I just forgot about them. Everyone forgets meeting me, so maybe it works in reverse too. Rather than dwell on the idea, I choose to ignore it. There's no way to know. I just drive myself crazy wondering. Instead, I keep myself busy by making myself more presentable for work. Heading into the bathroom, I clean myself up by using the soaps and shampoos given to me by Juliet. She's helped me so much ever since I started working here. Looking into the mirror for one final check before I head downstairs. Uh-oh. We might have to engage full fan mode. Okay, we are on full fan mode. Looking into the mirror for one final check before I head downstairs for breakfast, I can't help but think of what the other Gumiho said, how I've domesticated myself. My spotless face looks back at me, framed by fluffy and pampered hair. I can't deny that I've let myself be spoiled by others, content to just go along for the ride.
Snap out of it, Miho.
I lightly pat my face, like I've seen Aspen do sometimes when she's getting ready to start her own job. I'm not sure what it's supposed to accomplish, but it makes me feel a bit more confident. Heading downstairs, I'm treated to the familiar scent of fresh cut fruit and frying eggs, as well as the pleasant sound of Aspen and Juliet chatting about books. When I enter the kitchen, I'm greeted with 2 smiles.
Morning, Miho.
Good morning.
Good morning. Breakfast will be ready soon.
Cool.
I slide into my usual spot at the table and grab some apple slices, munching on those while waiting for the other 2 to go back to their conversation. Instead, both of them look at me expectantly.
So, how'd it go?
The museum?
Of course. What else?
Was everything all right? When I didn't hear from you last night, I was fearing the worst.
They're worried about me.
Oh, nah. It was fine. They even had what I was looking for. There were some more scrolls by my person.
There's a loud clatter as Aspen drops her fork in surprise. Even Juliet's eyes go wide with genuine shock.
There were?
Are you sure it was them?
Yep, definitely. I'd recognize that style anywhere. I learned a lot about them. Their name is Changyin, and they're a scholar. I don't know what they study, though. The museum person didn't say.
For a long moment, there's silence, other than the sound of eggs sizzling in the pan. Both my friends just stare at me, dumbstruck.
What are those looks for?
You seem awfully calm. I assumed you must not have found anything, or you'd have been back immediately.
Yeah, well, there was some other stuff that happened too. I'll tell you about it some other time.
It's tempting to tell them about the Gumaho, if only because I know they'd reassure me about everything she said, but that's why I can't tell them yet. Not yet, in a way. I'd just be proving her right.
Well, all right.
We'll be here whenever you need us.
Thanks. Is breakfast ready?
Yes, just now. Here you go.
Juliet fills our plates and takes her seat, and we all dig in. It's a quieter meal than usual, with only the sound of chewing and silverware scraping against the dishes. I feel like Aspen and Juliet are having a conversation in their silence. Of course they'd expect more from me. I'd expect more from me too. And right after leaving the museum, I was that excited. I am still excited, of course. It's just been tempered a little. I still plan to ask Aspen and Juliet to help me get in touch with Jongyun, but I want to wait until I can do it with a clear head. Once everyone's finished eating, I gather up the dirty dishes and take them to the sink, while Juliet washes the pans and Aspen wipes down the tables. Another routine morning.
I'll see you 2 later. Thanks for breakfast.
My pleasure, as always.
Bye!
With that, Aspen politely takes her leave and heads out the door. Juliet and I then go to the library, ready to start the day. Or end it in her case. I head to my spot behind the front desk and begin getting everything ready. The checkout sheets, my pens and pencils, my study materials, and so on.
Are you all set, Miho?
Yep, I've got everything I need.
Wonderful. Well, I'll leave you to it then. Have a good day.
You too. Sleep well.
For the way Juliet lingers halfway between me and the stairs, I can tell she wants to say or ask something else. She thinks better of it, simply giving me a smile before heading up to her room. I whistle while I throw open the curtains and unlock the door. By the time I've returned to the counter, ready for the first patrons to arrive, I even manage a light melody. I've been practicing my whistling a lot lately, as a way to spend time while alone. Aspen tried to show me how, but she's not very good at it either. I'm pretty sure I'm already better than she is. The sound of it reminds me of the birds back in my home forest. Before long, patrons start to arrive, and I soon have a list of things to do. Books to check in and out, books to return, books to search for. It keeps me good and busy. The hours pass by in blissful normalness, and I don't have a single thing to complain about. Ooh, where do we go? Okay, so no dialogue today. Let us go. Where would I go? I would go to the waterfront or the park or the garden. Let's go to... I want to go to the bay. At the beach, I spot some kids shaping mounds of sand into the shape of a building. I think it's called a sandcastle. My curiosity gets the better of me. Unfortunately, I lack shovels or buckets, but I have two perfectly good hands. I carry handfuls of wet sand away from the water, so that my castle won't see an immediate or untimely end. When I'm satisfied with my supply, I kneel down and start to construct firm pillars that will be the basis of my castle. But about halfway through, I realize I don't have a particularly clear image of what castles look like. Just that they're tall and big and detailed. My sand version looks more like, it kind of just looks like piles of dirt. Yeah. Oh well, I tried. I kick over my wannabe castle with gusto. And that's just as much fun Wait, I said gusto. It's gusto. Oh well, I tried. I kick over my wannabe castle with gusto, and that's just as much fun in its own way. The next day. It's a rainy Thursday morning, and the library is as dead as I've ever seen it. Even Aspen didn't come by this morning, simply because she didn't want to get soaked. We'll see each other later instead. The only patrons here are the ones who don't mind the weather, so I have to make sure they don't trip on any of the books. Before she went to bed for the day, Juliet left a bundle of towels near the door for anyone who needs one. At least it makes my work easier, and the slow day means I have extra time to study. I'm able to remember most of the letters by now, and even read a few words. I haven't told Juliet or Aspen about my progress, because I want to surprise them with it later. After an hour or so, I set aside my pencil and gaze out the window with my chin resting on my palm.
Huh. It stopped.
It's still cloudy outside, but the worst of the rain seems to be over. I get up and walk to the window, looking around at the soggy view. I leap backwards in surprise as something suddenly splats against the glass in front of me.
Whoa!
Oh. At first, it looks like a puddle of water that's sucked to the window, but then it starts to wiggle. I stare in confusion as a pitiful-looking face forms in its middle, and frowns at me. Suddenly it hits me what I'm looking at. This must be a water elemental. I've never seen one for myself before now. Sorry. They usually hang out in rivers or lakes, but I've heard they'll sometimes come out onto dry land when it's rainy. That must be what this one did. Now that it stopped raining, though.
Oh no! You could dry up!
Just like a fire elemental can die if its flames goes out, a water elemental like this could be in trouble if it doesn't stay wet. The weather might still be damp, but the sun is starting to poke through the clouds.
Okay. Wait right there. I'll go find something.
I don't know if it can understand me, or even hear me at all, but I wave at the window and hold up one finger to try to show that I'll be right back. After a quick peek to make sure there's no patrons waiting, I hurry to the kitchen and dig through the cabinets, hoping to find a pot or something that's big enough. The biggest one Juliet has is the one that she uses to make pasta, and even that might be too small. Plus, I'm not sure she wants the taste of water elemental to be there every time she tries to make spaghetti.
Where else?
I could just wake Juliet up and ask her, but I should really try to solve this myself before bothering her. Instead, I start hunting through the other rooms for something that might help. There's nothing in the bathroom, nor in the library area. When I check the dining room a second time, however, I notice a big bowl on top of the shelf that I haven't seen before.
Perfect.
I have to stand on one of the chairs to reach it, but I grab the bowl to fill it half full with tap water before hurrying back to the window. The elemental is still stuck there, like a very sad bumper sticker. It already looks a little smaller, but it ripples with excitement when it sees me, its frown shifting into a watery smile. I head out the front door and skip around to the window, squelching through the wet grass as I go.
There you go. Come on.
Holding up the bowl to the window, I gently brush the elemental in. To my surprise, it doesn't feel like touching regular water. Instead, it's thicker and a bit sticky, like jello. Jelly. Hashtag trademarked. The elemental starts to slide into the bowl and bubbles, which I hope is a good sign. It doesn't mix with the water in the bowl, but instead kind of hovers, with water both above and below it. Hi Mars, welcome in. Can we get some yos? No, don't worry. I'm always here. I've been super busy doing stuff and working hard to get a car. Just dropping in. I got work in about 20 minutes. Wait, that's good. Wait, you got a job. That's great. I'm glad you've been working. And a car is going to be such a good help. But hi Mars. You know what? Everybody comes and goes, but I will still be here. Also, I've been streaming super early too. When it gets itself fully into the bowl, it almost fills it up. The water sloshes over the edge and onto my hands, leaving the bowl almost dry except for the elemental itself. The bubbles stop, and an uncertain-looking face peers at me from the bottom.
Alright. Let's get you inside and figure something else out.
We'll just dump it in the river. I hold the bowl as steady as I can, and try not to spill any more as I go back into the library. Just like the guests at the library, I have to make sure not to get any books wet. There's an empty side table near one of the reading chairs, so I set the bowl down there. The elemental seems fine for now, but it looks worried again. It reminds me a lot of Aspen.
I'm not sure what else to try.
I rack my brain, trying to think of something I might have missed in the bathroom or kitchen.
Wait! That bathroom! That's it!
Yeah, you put it in the tub! Okay, thanks for popping by, Mars. I'm glad you're working towards the car, though. That's good. But I'll see you next time. One day I'll drive. Just kidding, I'll never drive. Public transit all the way. Kneeling down in front of the bowl, I try to reassure the elemental, which is doing its best to stay absolutely still and not slosh.
Okay, don't go anywhere. If you even can.
Running to the bathroom, I plug up the bath and set the faucet to max.
This ought to work for a bit.
Leaving the water running, I go back and retrieve the bowled elemental. This time I end up spilling more of the water, but luckily it only hits the ground. The tub is about half full by the time we get back, which should be perfect. I turn off the faucet and carefully pour the elemental in.
How's that?
There's a stream of excited bubbles.
Cool. Sit tight, and I'll find something we can use to get you back to the river.
More bubbles. Quickly, but not in as big a rush as before, I go to resume my search on the second floor. Because this place is so big, there are still oh my goodness. There are still a few rooms that I've never seen. I'm pretty sure Juliet wouldn't mind me going in since I'm trying to help someone out. The first room that I try is a closet, filled with towels and bedsheets and laundry stuff. The room after that is locked.
That's weird.
I try the knob again in case it was just stuck.
Nope, definitely locked.
Ooh, that's a secret room. I wonder what's in there. I've never paid much attention to that door before, since it's so far from my room. I drop to all fours and try to see under the door, but it's too narrow to see anything. Another nearby door isn't locked, and even better, is in the closet. Aside from the doorway, which isn't particularly bright, it's pitch black when I step inside. I flip on the light switch, but the bulb fizzles and dies right away. It only takes a moment for my eyes to adjust to the darkness, and what had at first just been dark smudges turned out to be a bunch of boxes and a sort of junk. A storage room. The whole place is covered in dust. I guess Juliet doesn't come in here either. Peeking into one of the boxes, it's filled with old kids' toys, like dolls and stuffed animals. Another one has some folded up clothes. Just as I'm about to give up and try another room, a half-covered object in the corner catches my eye. A heavy blanket is draped over a glass box, which is full of more random junk. I haul it all out and remove the blanket, smiling at my find. It's a big fish tank, just like the ones I saw at the museum.
Score!
No, but like, how are you gonna carry that? After turning it over to shake out as much of the dust and debris as I can, I triumphantly take the tank to the kitchen sink to rinse it out before hauling it to the bathroom.
Look what I found!
When I set the tank on the edge of the tub, the elemental floats up to the top of the bath and ripples. It takes some maneuvering to hold the tank under the faucet, but eventually I'll be able to figure it out and fill it up. Then I use the bowl from before to scoop up the elemental and dump it into the tank.
Perfect, right?
More ripples and bubbles.
Okay, let's get you to the river.
I wrap my arms around the fish tank and lift, and nearly tear my arms off.
That's heavy.
Who would have thought? I didn't notice when I was just getting the tank set up, but with all that water in it, it weighs a ton. It's way too heavy for me to carry to the front door, much less all the way to the river.
This could be a problem.
It had seemed so perfect, so lucky. Even after dumping out some of the water, I still can't carry it. Sitting down on the tile floor, I sighed. The elemental floats dejectedly.
Miho? What's going on? I heard the sinks and bathtub running.
Julia is standing in the doorway as I look up, wearing a look of concern on her face.
Hey! It was raining earlier, right? Well, there was this water elemental on the window. I tried to bring it inside so it wouldn't dry up while I worked out how to get it back to the river, but now I can't carry this huge fish tank that I found.
A fish tank? Where'd that come from?
It was in one of the storage rooms, along with a bunch of kid stuff. I'm guessing they came from the library's children's section.
Julia purses her lips, and I feel my heartbeat start to quicken like it always does when I'm in trouble.
Sorry if you didn't want me to go in there. I didn't know what that room was or what I was even looking for until I found the tank. I didn't look inside the locked room, though.
Juliet's frown deepens, but it doesn't look like she's angry. More like she's sad?
No need to apologize. You've done nothing wrong. Although...
I wait for her to finish her sentence, but it doesn't happen.
Although...
Never mind. It's nothing. Let's focus on helping our friend here first.
She's mad. She reaches into the tank and scoops a handful of the water before dripping it. She reaches into the tank and scoops a handful of water before dripping it back onto the floating elemental. The creature seems to enjoy it, as far as I can tell.
Any ideas?
An idea comes to mind after you mentioned that storage room. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I sit back and relax as Juliet departs. I'm glad she didn't get upset after all, but something was definitely bugging her. I wonder what it was. After a couple of minutes, I pick up the sound of something rolling down the stairs. I stand up and poke my head out the door and spot Juliet pulling a red wagon behind her. It has a rope handle and isn't very large, but should have more than enough space for the tank.
Whoa, you're a genius!
With a smile, Juliet parks the wagon next to the bathtub.
As I said, you were the one who gave me the idea. Would you mind helping me lift it onto the wagon?
Sure.
We each take one end and carefully move the tank. Juliet also brought a number of tight straps to keep it in place. Once it's all set up, the elemental is safe and secure. I kneel down to get face level with the glass.
How do you like that?
This time, the elemental shifts into the biggest grin I've ever seen.
Looks like we've got a winner.
Wonderful. If I watch the library, would you mind taking it back home? You're welcome to borrow an umbrella.
No problem. Be back soon.
Taking a towel and umbrella for myself from the front door, I lead the elemental outside and onto the path. It's cloudy out and more gray than blue, but at least it's not raining right now. Still, I don't want to waste any time.
Is anywhere in the river okay?
The elemental bobs up and down.
I know just the place then.
The muddy path slows down the wagon a bit, but it isn't too bad. When we go downhill, I have to be careful not to let it get out of control, but other than that, it's pretty easy. From the bottom of the hill, it's not too far from the spot I had in mind. I noticed a small abandoned ramp into the river way back when I was still living in the woods, but it wasn't useful to me then.
Don't know why anyone built this place, but it sure worked out for me.
Kneeling near the bottom of the ramp, I wrap the wagon's rope around my wrist to keep it from rolling away, then undo the straps on the tank. With both hands, I gently tilt the tank onto its side. The water and elementals spill out, flowing down the dirty concrete and into the river. The water begins to churn immediately, bubbling as if something huge is coming to the surface. A rushing sound echoes about the empty area, before a torrent of water suddenly shoots upward like a fountain, arching clear over to me. Oh. As I look up, I see the elementals shimmering within the water, catching the light from the sun. For one brief moment, the most beautiful, vivid rainbow I've ever seen hovers before me, so close that I could touch it. Then the water and elemental crash back into the river, and everything goes still. I smile, certain that I understand.
You're welcome.
Cute. Okay, we can keep talking to the man, or we can talk to the mom. I feel like even neglected the mom. Let's go talk to the mom at Cuba Street. Feeling I could use a break, I head down to Cuba Street. When I walk, I count up the bills in my wallet. Not having to worry about money so much is nice. I can buy so many snacks and no one can yell at me now. When I get there, I zero in on the convenience store I stole sandwiches from on my first day here. I browse through, grab anything that looks good, and carrying it up to the front when I dump everything onto the counter.
All of these, please.
Are you having a party or something?
Ew, why do you whistle like that?
Nope. It's all for me.
The impressed-looking employee fills up a plastic bag with my bounty, chips and candy and sandwiches.
Now, to find somewhere to enjoy these.
I don't want to walk all the way back to the library, but all the benches around here are full. I carry my bag up the street and then down another, and another. Eventually, I reach a place I've never seen before. A large brick entrance looms over me, with a wide open black gate. People are going in and out freely, so it must be okay. It's not breaking and entering if everyone's doing it, right? As soon as I step in, I'm surrounded by plants. There's green in every direction. I don't have to walk for very long before I find exactly what I'm looking for. A nice, quiet bench in the shade of a couple trees. Oh, hello. As I'm walking over, something suddenly flies past my face. At first, I think it's a bird or a piece of cloth caught in the wind, but after a second I realize it's a fabled. One that seems kind of familiar. It drifts away without stopping and floats in the opposite direction from me. I go and sit down, unwrapping the snack bar that I bought and take a big bite. While I'm munching, a bug starts to buzz around my head. I wave it away a few times, but it keeps coming back.
What is it with things getting in my face today?
No matter how many times I swat at it, the bug doesn't give up. Finally, I go to knock it away, and totally by accident, end up catching it in my hand instead. I can feel it buzzing against my palm as it flies around, trying to find a way out, and it's not exactly pleasant. I'm not sure what to do with it. If I just toss it in the bushes, it'll come right back.
Can I have that?
Oh. A voice from behind almost startles me into letting the bug go. I spin around to come face to face with the fable that flew by a couple minutes ago. Just beneath him is a kid.
Have the bug? Yeah, it's for my collection.
The boy holds up a book with some pictures of other bugs on it.
I've got almost all the bugs on this page. That's the only one left.
Suddenly, I remember where I've seen both him and the fabled before. On the pier, hiding from his mom a couple weeks ago. I think his name was Tommy? It took me a bit to recognize him since he wasn't pouting.
Mom won't let me keep bugs because she says they're dirty, but Dad doesn't mind. So, can I have it? Please?
He pulls out a little jar from one of his pockets and opens the lid.
Well, it solves my problem, I guess.
I dump the bug into the jar and Tommy quickly shuts it.
Thanks! Kirby and I were tracking this one all day.
The fabled bumps up and down in agreement. At least I think in agreement. Oh, hello. All three of us turn at the sound of footsteps as someone else approaches us. My private spot is filled up pretty fast.
Hi, bud. You catch anything good yet?
Dad! Dad! Look what this lady caught!
Tommy runs up and shoves the jar into the man's face. He takes it and inspects the bug inside.
Oh, looks like a big one. Did you say thank you?
Yeah, Gerby did too.
Oh, is that what it meant when you bobbed up and down?
Both Tommy and his dad stare at me like I've just said something crazy. I take an instinctive step backwards.
You mean that...
You can see Gerby? You mean he's real?
Ooh. Oh, that's right. I remember this from last time. No one except Tommy can see Gerby. Tommy and me, apparently.
Yeah, he's floating right there. He has a purple flower on his head, and on his sides.
I point to Gerby. Sorry, I was yawning. I point to Gerby. Although the little fable doesn't have a mouth, its eyes crinkle up in a way that makes me think he'd be smiling.
Wow, she can really see him! See, I told you he was real, told you!
Tommy's dad whistles in wonder.
You sure did, kiddo.
He turns to me.
Not sure how you did it, but you're the first person I've met who's been able to see Gerby. I've heard lots about him, of course. My name's Elijah, by the way, and I'm a reporter for one of the local papers. Mind if I ask you a couple questions?
I just wanted to eat a snack in peace. Now I'm being asked to do an interview. My discomfort must show because Elijah waved a hand just like when I was trying to wave the bug away.
It's fine, it's fine. Forget I asked. Didn't mean to put you on the spot.
I'm just not very good at talking to people.
No worries. Thanks for helping Tommy catch that bug, though. Beats me having to do it.
Sure. It was kind of an accident, though.
Hey, an accident doesn't have to be a bad thing. Me and Tommy should probably be heading out, though, or his mum's gonna be upset with me. Oh, and Gerby.
Okay. Goodbye.
Take care. Say bye, Tommy.
Bye!
Elijah takes Tommy's hand and leads them back out the gate, holding Tommy's book in his other hand. Tommy carries the book in a jar, peeking in to check on it every few steps. Only Gerby stays behind, orbiting around my head a couple of times before bouncing up and down. Then he floats off in the same direction as the other two. When I'm finally alone, I sigh with relief. At long last, I enjoy the snacks that I bought earlier, and when a bug shows up and starts flying around me, I just leave it alone. I'm not taking any more chances. Cute. All day it's been showering on and off, raindrops still pattering on the roof even now. At least the frogs outside are comfortable, happily croaking away in the dark night. To stave? I've never seen that word in my life. To stave off the cold, I keep a warm blanket wrapped around me while sitting up and watching TV. I don't really understand all the complicated things the presenters are talking about, but it's interesting to see the reports from all around the world. My ears prick up when I hear someone walking up to the door. A series of 3 knocks gently ringing out against it. Always 3, from Juliet.
Yeah?
Oh, a new outfit! Oh, you have pajamas.
I'm making some tea. Would you care to join me? I can make some hot chocolate as well.
Sure. Be right down.
A warm drink sounds nice right now. Not wanting to leave my cozy blanket, I decide to hold it tightly around myself and waddle down to the kitchen with it. The stairs prove a little difficult, but I manage. Yo, Juliet has a different fit too. There are already 2 mugs sitting on the table when I arrive, and the kettle is already steaming. As I take my seat, Juliet pours boiling water into each cup.
You knew what I was gonna say before you even asked me, huh?
I had a feeling, yes.
She pushes my mug across the table, and my hands peek out from my blanket to cradle it. Happy for the warmth, I hold the mug for a while before tasting the steaming hot chocolate inside.
I like the hot chocolate you make even better than the stuff at the Bell House.
Why, thank you. I'm happy to hear that. Although I imagine Aspen wouldn't be.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is she dissing Aspen right now?
Do you ever go there? Now that I think about it, I'm surprised we've never gone together.
We haven't. Well, why don't we change that sometime then?
Now that's Riz.
Perhaps we can meet Aspen for breakfast there instead. It has been a while since I've stopped by.
Sure! I've never gotten any food from there. Only drinks.
You're in for a treat then. They serve delicious pastries and sandwiches. There's a particular one that I know Aspen enjoys. Although, I can't remember what it was.
That's okay. I'm sure I'll be fine with anything they have. I can't remember the last time I tried something that I didn't like.
That must come in handy when traveling the world so much, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. Can't afford to be picky when you don't know the next time you'll even have options.
Have you found a favorite food? Or type of cuisine that you most enjoy?
Not really. Most of the time I just eat junk food or leftovers. Not really anything fancy.
Understandable. If there's ever a certain dish or meal that you'd like to try, it would be my pleasure to help make that happen. Perhaps we could even learn to cook it here at home, so you could have it any time?
Sure!
I tossed it onto the mental pile of if there's ever anything that Juliet's offered me. I know she means well, but at this point, I can't remember everything she said that about. Hi Ethan, welcome in. The two of us continued to chat for a while, and I recount the full day's events with the elemental to Juliet, wrapping up my story at the point where I came home from the river.
Oops! That reminds me. I never put away the wagon. Let me know where it goes, and I can take it upstairs when I go back to my room.
Wagon? Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
Is the main character depresso? No, I think she's fine. She's just getting a little bit of like an existential crisis. She's feeling insecure about settling down. Juliet quickly looks away, taking a sponge and busying herself cleaning some loose sugar off the counter, but it's obvious that something's off. Oh no, wait, what is... Oh no. No, what's going on? I'm not sure what to do. It's so rare that Juliet's the one who seems uncomfortable. In fact, this is the only time I can think of. Other than when I first met her, of course, when I sort of tried to steal that painting.
By the way, who does all that stuff belong to? The wagon and the toys, that is. Were they part of the library children's section before or something?
No, they were... personal possessions. Not part of the library.
Oh, like from when you were a kid? I'm surprised you managed to keep them for that long then.
No. Not my childhood.
Does Juliet have a secret child? No, I think Juliet tried to, like, get with a human and then the human died. I think that's who the portrait is of. Is that the coffee shop barista? No, this is Juliet, who's the library owner. Aspen is the coffee shop barista, who's an aspiring author. Typical. You know what else is typical? Watching ads. Because chat, we are an hour into stream, so it's time for me to run some ads. You can avoid that ad by subscribing for $5.99, just $6. Skip your coffee and get ad-free viewing all month long. Or you can link Amazon Prime to your Twitch account and subscribe for free every single month. Click right now. See if you got that subscription available. I'm an aspiring author. My Halloween story was lit. I still haven't read them over. But some of y'all, like I skimmed, some of y'all really did cook with your Halloween stories. I'm excited to share them. Wait, look at my hair. Ooh, the shape is weird. Tengo sueño. Wait, look at this. Holy moly.
Huh?
The sponge stops moving. Juliet's shoulders slumping as she gives up trying to work. I feel a little bad for making her act so oddly.
If you don't want to talk about it, that's totally fine. Sorry. I didn't know it was sensitive. I'm really, really sorry.
It's fine. You couldn't have known. Besides, perhaps it's only right that you know.
Know what?
She turns back towards me, taking a breath before she continues. Her eyes don't look at me, though. They're looking past me.
Do you remember when, several weeks ago, I told you that I met someone who changed my life? Someone who made me want to be a better person?
Yeah.
Well, her name, my daughter's name, is Cosette.
Your daughter?
You have a daughter?
Yes, and she's been the biggest blessing in my many, many years of life. Although she's not of my own flesh and blood, she was my child.
Okay, adopted. Phew. I was like, Juliet, no.
I found her on my doorstep one morning, tucked into a basket with a blanket and scarf around her. It was cold that morning, so very cold. When I opened my door and saw the silent bundle there, I feared that she was dead. But she was not. She was so very alive, and despite the cold, so very, very warm.
Yeah, Juliet's a vampire. She doesn't transform into a bat often, but like, I figured either the portrait was of a child or of a lover. So I'm kind of like happy that it was of her child, adopted child. Because, you know, we want the Yuri ending.
She was barely a year old, if that. Yet she didn't cry. She could have been there all night for all I knew, but she never uttered a sound. I brought her inside, of course, just so she wouldn't freeze. Beyond that, I was panicked and confused. I'd never wanted a human child. I didn't even know how to raise one. To this day, I don't know why whoever abandoned her chose my doorstep to leave her on. Of all places. But how wonderfully, impossibly lucky I was. Because she didn't cry, I thought she might be mute. But that wasn't the case.
The reason why babies don't cry is they might be mute, which is an indicator of like ASD, or they were like severely abused. It's your lesson for today. So like, if you ever hear parents say, oh yeah, my baby doesn't cry, or if your parents tell you, oh yeah, you never cried when you were little, what did they do?
She had a great deal to say. And as she got older, she would talk and talk. Every word was like music, a melody to my ears only. I felt so fortunate, and so unprepared. I suddenly had the life and well-being of another in my own hands. Her future, her everything.
That's a weird way to put it.
It was a responsibility I had never asked for, and likely would have never asked for if my life hadn't changed that day. She grew and grew, from a curious baby to precocious child, then to a confident young lady, and finally to a lovely woman. I couldn't have been more proud as a mother. Every graduation, every breakup, every smile and tear changed my life. As my daughter, of course it would be true to say that I raised her, but it was mutual. She also made me into the person I am today.
Once Juliet finishes speaking, I let out a breath I don't remember holding. Just as when she'd first started speaking, her gaze is still fixed on the empty walls somewhere above my head. Just like when Aspen got sucked into one of her books, I can tell that Juliet's mind is somewhere else entirely.
The moment that I resolved to raise her, I made a promise. To myself and to her. A promise that I would do all in my power to make the world Cosette lived in, grew up in, a better one that I had experienced. That I would show her how to find the beauty and the joy in all things dark and terrible. In a sense, I ceased to exist as a single person. My life was no longer my own. It was tied, forever and always, to another.
Why does she sound so somber saying that? No, like, that's legit why, like, I don't want a kid. Like, it's so much responsibility. And you no longer, like, I would no longer be Peacein. I would become mom. And, like, I don't like that.
So, all those toys and things.
Yes, the treasures and mementos of another life. Of happy days filled with laughter. Of scraped knees and tummy aches. Of heartbreak and homecomings. I keep them there as not simply a reminder, but a tribute to those times.
Wow. I would have never guessed any of that. I never knew you were a mom.
Her gaze returns to me, to the world that we're in now. She gives a little smile, but it looks fragile.
Well, I suppose it's not something I speak of very often.
Does she live here in Wellington? Could I meet her?
Dude, Mew, you're so clueless. Don't you think she would have introduced you guys by now? Juliet regards me with a strange look, similar to earlier, with the elemental. It's not that she looks angry, but like she's thinking about something very hard. I stare back, not sure what else to do or what I might have said wrong. Like always, her expression soon softens.
She is in Wellington, yes. A bit of a walk, but not too far. You can go in the morning if you'd like. It's been a little while since I have.
Just say she's dead. Dude, if we go to the cemetery, oh my god, I'm gonna cry.
Sure, fine by me. I guess it is getting kind of late for a visit, huh?
It is indeed. Speaking of which, I actually have some business I must tend to myself. Will you be alright on your own, Miho?
Oh, yeah, of course. Don't worry about me.
Have a good night then. See you in the morning.
See you! I'll be ready to go first thing.
Dude, Juliet sounds so strained when she's like talking now. As Juliet leaves, I watch her go. It might just be me, but it seemed like she left in a hurry after saying that. Maybe she and Cosette had an argument about something. Or maybe she just didn't want to meet the other people in her life. I'm probably just imagining it. The way she talks about Cosette, is it Cosette or Cosette? We'll say Cosette. The way she talks about Cosette is so different to the way I've heard Juliet talk about anything or anyone else. I can tell she cares a lot about her. Hopefully it'll make more sense tomorrow, after I get to meet her. When I finally decide to head up to the room, I take the wagon back up first, as promised. I have to pick it up and carry it to get it up the stairs. But fortunately it's not that heavy, even with my blanket bunched up inside. Once I get to the second floor, I put it down and drag it the rest of the way to the storage room. After pushing the wagon into its empty spot, I take a proper look around, now that I know what this room actually contains. More than just toys, I also spot racks of clothes and stacks of books, and all kinds of other belongings. The whole room is pretty packed. Slowly making my way back to the door, I carefully maneuver between a rocking horse and a dollhouse, taking care not to step on anything or knock it over. Taking one last peek around before I head to my own room, I get the feeling that there's nothing missing from Cosette's childhood in here. I can't say for sure, but it certainly seems like Juliet hasn't let anything go. The next morning. The morning air is fresh and crisp, the plants around us looking healthier for the drink last night. A handful of small puddles here and there are all that remains of yesterday's rain, likely to be completely dried up in a few hours. As I stand by the front door of the library, Juliet walks up beside me and unfolds her parasol, bringing it over her head.
Shall we depart? It's about a 30-minute walk from here, so perhaps we'll take a ride back once we're done.
Yep. Will you be okay in the sun with that?
Yes. It's still early enough that I don't need to worry too much.
Lead on then.
Stepping out into the brilliant morning, I stretch and roll my shoulders. It's a nice day. Not too cold and not too hot. As always, Juliet's steps are measured, and even as she walks. Her parasol bobs with each step, making it look like she's wearing a big hat from this angle. I smile to myself at the image as I skip along beside her. Even with protection from the sun, it's rare to see Juliet out in the daytime.
So, I was wondering something. If your daughter lives so close, then why doesn't she come to visit more often? I've been here for a couple months now.
A couple months? That's wild. Although she clearly heard me, Juliet doesn't answer. Maybe it's too personal a question, because things are tense between them. I'd never seen Juliet not answer one of my questions before, so I don't push it. Juliet remains quiet as we keep walking. That isn't unusual for her, but I still feel a little awkward.
Sorry if I shouldn't have asked that.
No, it's all right. You'll see when we get there, though.
Okay.
Just say she's dead, like... Why are you stalling so much? We head in a direction that I haven't explored before. We're in the same area as the gardens, but not quite the same spot. A massive green hill watches over us from one side, while trees blanket the other. After crossing a small bridge that runs over the highway, we reach another beautiful area. The concrete path we walk along is lined with bushes and flowers, and the occasional decorative lamps. There are a few houses peeking through the trees which ring the area, but most of the field is still covered in nature.
Whoa. Are we getting close?
Yes, we're very nearly there. This is Bolton Street Park.
She's pretty lucky to live in a place like this, huh?
Even as a child, Cosette had an affinity for the woods and trees.
I get that. I'll bet she would love to be able to turn into a bat or a fox.
I'm taken off guard by Juliet letting out a great laugh. I don't think I've ever seen her like this. A little giggle or rarely a chuckle from time to time, sure, but never anything so relaxed and sincere. A grin spreads on my face just from watching her.
Yes, I think you're right about that.
There are only a handful of houses around the park, so I wonder which one is Cosette's. Time and time again, we walk on past the turn which leads to any of them. Just as I start to wonder where it is we're going, Juliet slowly comes to a stop. The main path forks into two here. The one to our left, a well-trodden dirt path. There's a sign, but I can't quite read the writing yet.
Everything okay? We're not lost, are we?
Heavens, no.
A number of trees shade the path that we're on, giving enough protection for Juliet to slide her parasol shut. She takes a deep, silent breath, then smiles and gestures down the offshoot before us.
It's right this way. Just a little further.
Nodding, I follow again as she leads us onwards. Right away I notice that something is a little bit off. Juliet's steps are slower and a bit more uneven, like she doesn't want to get to wherever we're going. After a few minutes of walking in silence, she takes one last turn, off from the path we were on, leading me up a small hill dotted with trees. Once we reach the crest, Juliet comes to a stop. Still confused, I step up beside her.
Here we are.
Huh? I don't see... Oh.
Oh. In the shade of one of the trees is a gray stone monument. Its edges are rough and worn from time, but it's spotlessly clean. There are others like it nearby, practically identical. Words are carved into the stone, too small for me to read easily. I've never visited before, but I realize what this place is. I silently mouth the letters of the word at the top, even though I'm pretty sure I know what it's going to say. There's a C, and an O, and then an S. Cosette's grave is preserved perfectly. I'm sure Juliet wouldn't stand for anything else.
I'm... sorry. I didn't...
It's okay, Miho. I'm aware you didn't know. But... I wanted you to.
She turns back to the grave, gently running a hand over the curved stone.
My beautiful, precious daughter passed away years ago. Almost 2 decades by now. She lived a long, full life and spent her final moments with those she loved. The last words she told me, the last words she ever said to me.
Juliet's shoulders shake without a sound as I stand there helplessly. She shudders as she takes a deep breath.
Or that she couldn't have been happier.
Oh.
What was she like?
She was so many things that it's almost impossible to answer. I think you would have liked her. I'm sure she would have loved you. She was adventurous and free, sometimes stubborn to a fault. Once her heart was set on something, there was no stopping her. Everything she did vividly, to the fullest. Even if the very laws of existence told her something was impossible, she would try anyway. She was endlessly kind, with compassion for every living thing, from the smallest insect to the largest, most ferocious beast. She saw the value in all of them.
She gives a small smile as she looks at me, even as tears well in her eyes. I gulp to try and force down my own emotions.
You should have seen her as a child. She would talk your ear off. Both of them, if you'd let her. There wasn't a single person near us who didn't know who she was. So open and free was she. That warmth and care. It was the core of her life. If she saw someone in need, she would rush to their aid. It just naturally came to her. If you or I see someone hurting, we may choose to help. For Cosette, it wasn't a choice. It was simply who she was. To know her was to adore her. Every day that went by, I was more and more proud of her. Those virtues never faded a bit. Even on her last day, she was worried for me more than anything. I promised her that I would...
Juliet sobs, dragging her hand across her face. All I can do is watch. My own emotions a storm that tosses me in all different directions. The pain in Juliet's shaky voice is enough to make my own breath tremble. But beyond that, there's something else. Something eating at me that I don't want to acknowledge. Juliet turns back towards the grave, taking a couple steps closer. Unfurling her parasol, she holds it over her shoulder like a shield, guarding herself against the sunlight. She's also able to stand a little straighter.
I promised her that I would live as she did, to honor her memory with kindness and with virtue and with compassion and patience for all, that I would ensure her legacy lived on in the many lives she had touched. It was only in the days that followed her passing, as I wandered lost and alone, that I truly began to understand how much she had saved my own life. The gift she gave me was something I'd never had before. Purpose. How very silly and irrelevant things such as wealth and prestige began to seem after that. Those were fleeting concepts, born of some misplaced need or desire. There was something that could be much greater. Something well beyond money and power. Love. As a word, it's difficult to understand. To hear the poets speak of it, there's nothing mightier and nothing softer. Love was either everything, or it was nothing. It always seemed so trite, so immature. An attempt to create meaning where there is none. And yet, I've found that the poets were right. They were so right. You and I, Miho, to be able to live on, unaffected by time's curse, must surely seem a blessing to some. But that time is meaningless without something to fill it. To those of us who walk alongside Father Time, rather than fleeing him, it's awfully lonely. When I first became a vampire, I told myself that I had no more need for humans, that I was beyond them. Now, I realize I was afraid. There's a simple contentment and joy that can only be found in experience and age, I've learned. Wisdom does not exclude humans, but to look on as once vibrant hair fades to grey, and as once strong hands soften their grips, as once treasured memories become distant, there is pain. To watch someone you love grow up is beautiful. To watch them grow old is to suffer. Cosette lived into her 80s. A good, long life for a human. Even as her flesh started to fail her, her mind never did. She was sharp as a sword and quick as a fox.
I'll be honest, the line where they said to grow old is to suffer. Oh my goodness. I'm crying. Or I'm not crying, no tears have fallen, I'm cheering.
For a human, there is no kinder, gentler end than that of old age. And every day, I'm thankful that Cosette was one of those lucky ones. To slip away peacefully and painlessly.
So that means Cosette was born in the 1940s.
As I held that soft, shaky hand for the last time, I wished desperately that I could trade places with her. I would have done anything to give her just one more day, but there was nothing to be done. Cosette passed on with no regrets, and a smile on her face. She lived as full a life as any human could live, and when she was gone, I was still there. My flesh not a day older than when I met her. It was then that I realized what a cruel gift immortality could be. What a slow, repetitive torture if I chose to let it. So for the sake of Cosette's memory, and of the promise I made, I swore that I would continue to live as I had not lived before. For virtue, for friendship, for others, for tomorrow.
I think I'm in love with Juliet.
To die is human. To live is a privilege.
Holy moly. With absolute clarity, the storm inside me calms as I pass through its eye. There's a sense of finality in Juliet's words, which leaves them ringing in my ears as I stumble backwards without thinking about it. To die is human. All humans, Cosette, someday Aspen, but also even mine. My person. Okay, you're Zhong-Ying is like long dead. Understanding hits me like an arrow to the heart, and I barely notice the look of surprise on Juliet's face as I transform, turning tail and fleeing into the forest. What am I doing? My person, The one I've searched for my entire life is dead too. Long dead. No matter what happened after they left the forest, the nature of their human lifespan means that they lived lifetimes ago, generations ago. As I run further and further away, one thought echoes above the others. All this time, all these years, all these decades, they've been for nothing. Wait, isn't a decade 10 years and a century 100? Wait, am I confused? Or is a century 1,000 years? Yeah, a decade is 10 years. Okay, yeah. I don't get why they didn't say centuries, because Jung-in was from 1600s, it said, in the museum. I dig my claws into the earth with every step, tearing at the roots and leaves. I do know the name of the feeling pulling and tugging at me, the one that had taken over Juliet as we stood there. One I've heard of but never felt until now. Grief. Every lie, every theft, every struggle and hardship. Everything. For nothing. That word swirls in my head, a dying leaf drifting towards the ground, falling and powerless to stop itself. Finally, I come to a stop. Not even knowing where I am or for how long I ran. I just stop when I lose the will to run anymore, transforming onto my knees. Every decision I've ever made, every place I've ever gone, has all been in service for one dream. Over time, I grew to rely on it. I didn't ever have to think or make a difficult decision for myself. Instead, it was like I had a path to follow, however long. But that path wasn't actually leading anywhere. All it did was take me far away and leave me on my own. Rising to my feet, I look around the area. Along the trees and slopes remind me of Mount Victoria. I don't recognize it at all. This is the field where we saw the other fox. Juliet's nowhere to be seen. The sprawling sunlight means she couldn't join me here even if she wanted to. Even if she found me. I wonder if she's looking. Juliet, who also seemed so calm and put together. Behind that mask, she was hiding all those feelings. What else don't I know about her? What else has she been keeping to herself? Is it just more pain? An ice-cold chill runs down my spine, making me shudder as I realize something else. She must have known too, that my person was dead. She must have figured it out right away, yet she never told me. Aspen too, suddenly every pained look or topic change whenever I brought up Jongin makes sense. They both knew and were hiding it from me all along. This whole time letting me go on and get my hopes up without ever stopping me or telling the truth. It's so simple too, so obvious. If I just thought about it for a bit myself, I'd have realized that humans live and die much faster than my kind do. Sighing, I sit down in the grass, wrapping my arms around my knees. I mash one palm into my eyes to wipe away the tears that are there.
Stop.
With a few deep breaths, I manage to fight away the stinging pressure and keep myself from breaking down even more. I sigh again once I'm certain it won't turn into a sob. Now that the initial shock is worn off, the pain in my heart has gone from a sharp stab to a dull throb. Aside from pure survival instinct, death has always been distant and faceless to me, but now I have to look it in the eye. My time with Zhongying was short, thousands of times shorter than the time I've spent looking for them since then. Still, it was all I had. Where do I even go from here? The sun is getting higher, so Juliet must have made her way home by now. She might even be waiting for me to come back. We both know I have to at some point. It's getting hotter for me too. Shakily, I rise to my feet and look around again, actually trying to get my bearings. If I have to, I can just go back to the direction I came from until I find somewhere familiar. I start walking back towards the library, since it's the only place I have to go. I may think of it as home for now, but I can't help but picture Juliet's sobbing face. Immortal or not, there has to come a time someday where we don't see each other, and that will be the end of our memories together, or at least her memories of me. The same goes for Aspen, immortal as Cassette. Aren't I just resigning myself to feeling this pain again someday, potentially even stronger? Maybe she was right, the other Gumiho. Maybe I don't belong anywhere. No. Evening. By the time I get back to the library, I'm exhausted from the walk and sun. I throw open the library door and go inside, walking past my empty seat at the front desk. Juliet's nowhere to be seen, only patrons. They've always managed fine just without me, though. Plodding up to my room, I grab my blanket from my bed and wrap it around myself before I lower myself to the floor. That's when the tears hit me again, and this time I can't hold them back. Slouching onto my side, I don't even try. There's no point. As I expected, in less than a minute, there's the sound at my door. 3 knocks. Always 3.
Miho? Is that you? Are you alright?
I don't respond. I don't even know if I want to see Juliet right now. She's part of this too, after all. She pauses outside for a moment, but a few seconds later, Juliet opens the door anyway.
Oh, Miho.
The pity in her voice tells me everything I need to know. I can only imagine what I must look like. Covered in blankets and lying on the floor. I must look pathetic. Childish. It must be how I always look to her.
Miho. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Juliet trails off, still just outside the door. I can see her legs and cane, but not her face. I can picture the concern on it, though.
Didn't mean to what?
The word comes out as a growl, surprising even myself. But I can't pretend, not now. She let herself in here, she can deal with it. Why am I lashing out for this? Like, I'm just projecting. I don't like my character. Her cane sways from side to side as she wrings her hands, almost knocking into the wall more than once.
Mean for you to put things together this way. Such a painful way. I wanted to...
So you did know.
Why am I getting mad? Like, I'm just stupid. And I'm like, oh yeah, humans live forever. I don't like my character. Like, they're so dumb for getting mad about this. I cut her off without thinking, as she confirms my suspicions. With one arm, I push myself up, letting the blanket fall away from my face as I glare daggers at Juliet.
Pardon?
See, Juliet thinks I'm mad because, like we went to the cemetery.
Pardon?
Oh.
You knew.
Slowly, I rise to my feet. My head is pounding, and I can hear my blood pumping as anger rises through me, bubbling out like liquid magma.
All this time they've been dead, and you knew, didn't you? You probably knew from the first time I told you about them, right?
She stiffens, and then Juliet sighs deeply. It's all anyone ever seems to do around here.
I did. Yes.
Why? Why didn't you tell me?
Although tears are beginning to choke my voice again, I manage to shout out my question, my accusation.
I've been looking like such an idiot. I'm already an idiot compared to you and to Aspen. Every day I'm reminded of that.
Dude, El Ego!
But this really takes the cake, doesn't it? I've been wasting my whole entire life over something everyone else can figure out right away.
Miho, it isn't like that.
Then why? Tell me why you didn't tell me sooner. Or Aspen. She knows too, right?
Juliet nods meekly. My eyes burn and my nose is running. My face hurts in every way possible.
We didn't know how.
Know how? What do you mean, know how?
I can't keep myself from shouting. I feel so stupid, so angry, and so sad.
Please, Miho, try to understand. We were still just getting to know you. You barely trusted Aspen or me. If we just told you that the person you were looking for was deceased, we didn't know how you'd take it. You might not even believe us, for one thing. Or perhaps it would give you cause to run away again. As the weeks went on, we wanted to, but it never seemed to be the right time. Neither of us wanted to be the one to, out of nowhere, bring your whole world crashing down.
That is a very valid thing.
Not when you were trying so hard. You seemed so happy. It felt more cruel to ruin that in a way. I'm sorry, Miho. I truly am. It was wrong of me to let it go this long without saying anything, but believe me, I only hesitated out of love. Aspen and I both.
Love?
We simply couldn't bring ourselves to break your heart that way.
Got a lot of good that did. Juliet sniffles and I have to look away. I don't want to see her cry again. Not while I'm already like this. Stooping down to the floor, I pick my blanket up and wrap it around myself again. Even as I do, I can't help but think of how it's not really my blanket. It's Juliet's. She just lets me use it, like everything else.
Go away.
To my relief, she doesn't try to argue. Doesn't even say anything else. She just nods and silently leaves the room. The second the door shuts behind her, I collapse into my bed, put my pillow over my face, and succumb to my grief. Morning. My everything hurts when I wake up, damp pillows still covering me. My face and head hurt from crying, and my body hurts from passing out in an uncomfortable position. I didn't even mean to fall asleep. I must have cried myself into it. The memories of yesterday didn't even give me a chance to wake up before they flood into my brain, pulling a groan out of me in response. I don't want to get up. I don't want to leave my bed. What's even the point? Still, I know I have to. I have to see Aspen within the next few hours and Juliet too eventually. I don't know what to say or even what I want to hear. As much as I just like to avoid everything and everyone, the rational part of me knows I can't. Instead, my magic and bead force me to conform like always. Either get up or be forgotten. It's not really much of a choice. I sluggishly get dressed and wipe down my face, which is still red from crying. Then I trot downstairs to where we'd be normally having breakfast. Except it's later than usual. There's food on the table for me, but it's long since cold, and I can hear the sounds of conversation and movement that mean the library's already open. Life goes on, with or without me. Oh, that's so sad. I cram down the slices of cold toast and browning apple, without really tasting them, just knowing that I need the nourishment. Then I wander up to the front of the library where Juliet is seated in my spot at the desk. When she notices me approaching, I can see her struggle to decide how to greet me. Uncertainty plain in her eyes. I can't decide either, so I just settle for a stiff nod.
Hey.
Good morning, Miho.
Her voice is awkwardly stilted. It seems out of place for Juliet. I gesture at the stack of books next to her in a half-filled checkout sheet.
You can go to bed. I can take over from here.
Juliet shakes her head, looking a little more confident in the motion.
No, it's all right. You're in no state to be working today. Let me handle it instead.
Really, it's fine.
A patron starts to approach the counter, a couple books in his hand. I start to reach for them, but Juliet stands up, blocking me off.
Good morning. All set to check out?
I let my hand fall to my side. The person checking up books looks a little confused, but settles on talking to Juliet instead of me. Fine then, if she wants to, she can do it. She has that same practiced tone of voice when it comes to helping a stranger than Aspen does. Aspen calls it her customer service voice. To me, it's the same as how I'd sound when I'm trying to deceive someone or getting something out of them. The only difference is, I'm not sure I could pull mine off now, like she can. Then again, it seems like Juliet must have always been good at hiding her feelings. Ooh. Wordlessly, I turn around and step out behind the desk, passing by the guest on my way out the door. From the corner of my eye, I can see Juliet watching me as I go, even as she deftly handles the checklist. The fresh air is an instant relief, and I gulp it in as I stretch out my arms, just basking in the sun for a moment. I start walking to the Bell House because I need to see Aspen before it gets too late. Fortunately, we had a late breakfast yesterday, so I have a bit more leeway than usual. I do my best to keep my head empty on the way there, because if I let myself think, it'll turn bad. So instead, I just focus on putting one foot in front of the other, and on paying the minimum amount of attention to my surroundings, just enough to get me there. Aspen herself was working the counter when I entered the cafe, and she waves eagerly when she sees me.
Oh, Miho! I was just thinking of taking my break early to come see you. Juliet said you were feeling a little under the weather this morning.
I make my way up to the register, staring blankly at the menu. I could actually read some of it if I tried, but I'm not.
I can see what she means. Are you all right?
I shrug.
Yeah, I'm fine. Let me get,
The names of the different drinks The name of the different drinks that I like all swirl around in my head, but somehow picking one feels like an impossible challenge. I wasn't actually planning to stay or get something to drink. I just started ordering out of habit.
whatever you recommend.
Frowning, Aspen taps something into the machine. I reach for my wallet, but she waves a hand to stop me.
It's on me. Go sit down and I'll bring you something soon.
Thanks.
Leaving her to that, I trudge to a booth and sit down, resting my head on my arms and closing my eyes. I could have just come inside and left again as soon as Aspen saw me, but I knew I wouldn't feel any better anywhere else I could choose to go. At least this way I get a free drink out of it. I don't open my eyes again until I hear the sound of Aspen setting a cup down in front of me before taking a seat herself.
Thanks. Again.
Sitting up, I have a taste of whatever Aspen brought me. It's scalding hot and bitter.
What's in this?
Coffee!
What else?
Espresso? You look like you need it.
Gingerly, I take another sip, bracing myself against the heat this time.
One of your recipes?
No, I don't know who invented it, but it's been my go-to for years when I need a pick-me-up. Don't you feel more awake now?
The aftertaste lingers in my mouth, but I drink some more anyway.
Unfortunately.
Then it's doing its job. You really do look a mess, though. Were you crying?
Oh, called out. As soon as Aspen takes a second look at my face, I see her take on the same look of concern as Juliet. I raise my cup to my lips again just to hide myself.
Yeah?
Oh! There's an awful scraping sound as Aspen slides her chair a little closer to mine, taking one of my hands in hers. I pull away immediately.
Sorry, I should have asked first.
Yeah, W consent.
What's wrong? Did I do something?
Her face starts to redden, and I already know what's coming next.
It's fine.
I don't know how to respond, so instead, I opt for a question that's been lingering on my mind.
Do you know who Cosette is?
Cosette? No, I don't believe I know the name. Is she a friend of yours?
Yeah, because I assume Aspen would be around... Oh no, Cosette died when she was like 80.
No. Don't worry about it.
Aspen doesn't look like the paintings in the house. If Aspen doesn't know, I'm not going to be the one to tell her. Still, it doesn't surprise me in the slightest that Juliet never mentioned her before, even though the two of them are supposedly close friends. As for my human, though, may as well just get it out there. At least then we'll all be on the same page.
I found out my person is dead.
Although I've been sitting with that thought for hours now, it's the first time I've said the words out loud. To my own surprise, they come out as steady as everything else. At least, I don't feel like I'm going to cry.
Oh.
Finally, I glance at Aspen herself. Just like Juliet, I can see her eyes widen and mouth drop as she tries to think of something more to say.
And you knew, didn't you?
Her hands toss uselessly with an abandoned straw wrapper on the table.
I suspected as much, yes.
I sigh, not surprised at all. I don't even have the energy to be that upset, compared to when I was dealing with Juliet.
I'm sorry,
It's okay. Juliet already said it.
Well, I'm saying it too. I'm sorry. It seems you probably didn't find out in the best way. Not that there is a best way. That was why we were afraid to tell you. We didn't know how... Actually, I'm just going to stop talking.
Really? It's fine.
I cut her off flatly before she can start over-apologizing. Being apologized to makes me uncomfortable, like it's an itch I can't scratch. Putting my chin in my hands, I look out the window to the sunny day outside. It's as nice as it ever is here.
I just wish you would have told me
In our reflection, I see Aspen nod.
If it makes you feel any better, we were going to soon. We'd already decided, but not on how. I assume Juliet told you.
More or less, yeah. She said something that made me figure it out.
I see.
Both of them just accepted my upset. Wait. My being upset. That's so weird. Both of them just accepted my being upset so easily. Neither of them tried to argue or anything, just apologized. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Just like I'm not sure if Aspen's words make me feel better or not. But also, I have to ask what I'm getting out of doing this to myself, and to her and to Juliet. Sitting here silently, stewing my emotions, what felt like burning rage last night now feels less explosive. I do wish they'd been more honest with me, but they were both just trying to be nice. It's not like I haven't done the things they were afraid of before, like run away. When that's the case, is it really okay to still be upset with them? Sorting through complicated emotions is difficult. I like when things are straightforward, and I know to be sad or mad or something else. Right now, seeing how sad it's also made Juliet and now Aspen doesn't make me feel better either. If nothing else, I should at least tell them how I feel, or try to. Closing my eyes for a beat, I make my first real decision since leaving for Cossette's grave with Juliet yesterday.
Are you busy tonight? I want to talk with you and Juliet. Together.
She startles at the sound of my voice. I guess she didn't expect me to say anything else.
I'll be there. Just tell me when.
I don't know yet. I have to ask Juliet, but I'll have her let you know.
Okay, that works for me.
I stand up slowly, and Aspen does the same. I can tell from the way she's still fidgety and nervous, though, that something's bothering her. There's a tiny pop as she snaps the paper straw wrapper in half.
Can you tell me one thing, though? Are you leaving?
She's really worried about that, isn't she? I feel a bit more confident about one thing as I shake my head.
No. I won't go anywhere.
Oh. Okay, the only place we can go to is the garden. Oh dear. Are we gonna break up? After getting back to the library, I made the same request to Juliet after being able to talk together. Not only did she oh my god. I made the same request to Juliet about being able to talk together. Not only did she agree, she suggested that we go somewhere else just for a change of pace. We shared a quiet taxi ride up to the Botanic Garden, not far from Cosette's grave. Neither of us tried to talk, which suited me fine. I spent the whole ride trying to think about what I want to say. I imagine Juliet did the same thing. The taxi driver drops us off close to the entrance as possible, tipping his hat in thanks as Juliet pays him before driving away, leaving the two of us mostly alone. There are a few people around, but more of them are leaving than entering at this time of the evening. One of those people, a figure sitting on a bench reading, stands up and approaches us. When they step into the light, it turns out to be Aspen.
It's certainly a new feeling to be the one waiting, instead of waited for. Hi, Aspen.
Good evening, Aspen. I hope we didn't keep you waiting for long.
No, not at all. Besides, I can hardly complain when it gives me an opportunity to catch up on some reading. I thought about exploring the gardens a little, but I wasn't sure I'd be able to find my way back out.
There are worse places to be lost, at least. Thank you for indulging my request to come here in the first place.
It was a good idea. Not to say the library's gotten boring, but...
We never really go anywhere else?
That's right. I feel better now that I did this morning, at least enough to make a couple jokes. A lot of things still weigh heavily on my mind, but I'm determined to not just be an emotionless rock. That wouldn't help anyone.
Precisely. I've never been here before either, so I'm eager to see the gardens.
It's been a while since I've been here myself, but I believe I remember a nice spot I used to visit with.
Instead of finishing her sentence, Juliet simply begins walking. Her cane makes a steady click-click sound as it taps against the stone path. Aspen reads off some of the signs that we pass by. Signs which I, of course, have never given a second glance at.
Stonebridge Gully. That sounds rather poetic. Perhaps I'll use it in a story sometime. Ah, Pine Hill Path too. Whoever named these gardens was having fun, weren't they?
Juliet still seems preoccupied, not ignoring us but not seeming to pay much attention either. She does wait while Aspen pauses to read one of the big signs that talks about the gardens. She writes a bit in her notebook, then scurries back to us.
Sorry, one of the photos there caught my eye and I wanted to take some notes for further research. I hadn't realised there was more to this park than just this one garden.
Really? Like what?
There's an old estate for one thing. Also another garden just for native plants. There's even a cemetery not far away that's apparently part of it.
The steady rhythm of Juliet's cane misses a beat, but she keeps walking. After a short uphill stroll, we reach our destination. A small brick path juts off the main road, leading to an overlook covered by a glass roof. There are a handful of benches around, but all of them are unoccupied.
Would this do?
Oh, Juliet, it's breathtaking.
I have to agree. Aspen walks slowly to the edge of the outlook. Overlook, dang it. Aspen walks slowly to the edge of the overlook, pressing a hand against the glass as she looks out over the view. I stand beside her and do the same. We're higher up than I thought, with a good view of the rest of the botanic garden from here. I even spot the main gate. Far across, the same rolling green hills that I noticed a couple days ago tower over us. Though she smiles, Juliet doesn't join us, instead sitting down on one of the benches.
What do you think, Miho? How does it compare to some of the sights you've seen?
It's pretty nice. I like the view from up on Mount Victoria better, though.
Oh, it's been quite a while since I went up there. Perhaps I should see it myself sometime and compare.
You should. You can see the library from the top. I used to go up there to clear my head, before I started living at the library.
I'll be sure to invite you along, then.
She lingers for just a moment more, gazing out at the darkening sky, before taking a seat on the bench across from Juliet. Only I stay standing, pacing back and forth. Despite the pleasant chatter just a moment ago, now that we're all here and settled, both Aspen and Juliet sit quietly but expectantly, waiting for me to speak first. Since I was the one who asked them to come here, it falls to me to start the conversation. But where to even begin? I've been thinking about that all day, and I've decided that maybe I should just start at the beginning. The very beginning.
I never told you anything about my person, right? About Changin.
They both shake their heads. Taking a deep breath and clearing my throat, I close my eyes and cast my mind back to the forest all those years ago.
I was just a regular fox back then. I don't know how old I was. Foxes don't think like that. All we know about is eating snacks and lying in the sun. That was all I really did, all day long. No hobbies or jobs or responsibilities. Just existing. I knew what humans were in the same way I knew what leopards and bears were. Big and scary and something to avoid. It was rare to see one in the forest, but it happened. Most of the time, they were noisy enough that you could hear them coming from far away and hide. That was the first thing that was different about my person, Changin. I was taking a nap in one of my favorite spots, an old log that had fallen over. Changin came all the way over and sat down before they woke me up. And when they did, I panicked. I ran and hid as fast as I could. I think they were surprised too. They didn't try to catch me or stop me. Instead, they kept their distance and tossed me a little bit of the meat they were eating. I didn't trust them and didn't know why they were sharing, but it smelled pretty good. So I grabbed the food and ran away, and eventually they left. When I went back to my log the next day, Changin showed up again too. I ran away again, but they still didn't chase me and let me come back on my own. We did the same thing the next day, and the next day, and the next. Then, one day, I was in a new part of the forest. I liked wandering around even as a fox. I wasn't paying attention to where I was going, when suddenly, it felt like my leg was on fire. I didn't know what it was at the time, but I'd walked right into a trap that a hunter left. I couldn't move as much as I tried, and it's still the scariest thing that ever happened to me. I was sure I was gonna die. Finally, Chongin showed up. At first, I thought they were there to finish me off. Instead, they were worried for me. They knelt down and got my foot out of the trap, and then wrapped it with a part of their shirt to stop it from bleeding. That was when I finally figured out they weren't going to hurt me. I kept going to the grove to see them, and they kept being there. I let them get close enough to touch me after that. Still, they didn't do it much. It was only to check on my leg and make sure it was healing okay. One day I went, and they were waiting like always, but they brought a lot more food than usual. And they gave it all to me, hardly eating anything themselves. After I was finished, we sat together for a while. They sat on my log, and I laid in the grass nearby. Finally, they got up like usual and set two things on the ground. One was a bag of food, the same as they had just given me. The other was a little paper scroll. They patted me on the head for the first and only time. Then, they left our grove. At the time, I didn't think that day was anything special, other than the extra snacks. But it was the last time I'd ever see them. When I came back the next day, they weren't there. I waited, just in case they were late, but they never showed up. The scroll they left and some of the food were still there. Other animals had taken a lot of the food, but they didn't want the paper. I took the scroll with me when I left. I didn't know what it was, but it was theirs, so it had to be important. My only option was to carry it in my mouth. I went back again the next day, expecting them to show up, but they never did. I don't know how many more days it took before I realized they weren't coming back. Once I did, it was all I could think about. I kept looking for them, but I couldn't find them, as much as I wanted to. I didn't even know why I wanted to see them so badly. Just that I did. While I was thinking about that, I started to choke. Something came out of nowhere and was stuck in my throat. Finally, I coughed it up. A bead. I'd never seen it before, and definitely never swallowed it. I left it and went back to my den, but it was waiting for me there too. No matter where I went, it was always waiting. So finally, I touched it with my nose. Everything after that happened so fast. 1 second I was there, just a normal fox. The next, I was in this new form, not sure how or why. Some things came to me naturally, like using my new body and walking on 2 feet, and even how to turn back into a fox. But I still thought like an animal and acted like one. I didn't know any words that I could even think with. I had to learn those, and all kinds of other human behaviors the hard way, after getting chased away from villages and strangers that I met. Over time, I learned how to hide and blend in, and steal, and just how to survive. I followed Jungin's scent all the way to the ocean. I'd never seen so much water, not even close. I had no idea how huge it was. I boarded a ship like Jungin had, not knowing that it would take me somewhere different than the one they took. And I've been looking for them ever since.
When I open my eyes again, they're heavy with tears. But this time God damn it. Also, it's time for a break anyway. That was a long monologue, but it was really sweet. I feel like Miho is gonna be like... Miho's gonna be like, I don't want to lose you guys. If you guys want to stay in my life, you guys have to commit to this. Anyway, subscribe for $5.99 or for free with Prime. There we go. But this time I don't try to hide them. I didn't mean to talk for so long, but once I started remembering, everything just came naturally. Turning to face Aspen and Juliet, I can see that they're crying too.
Oh, Miho. They sound like they were a wonderful person.
I can see why you never stopped searching for them. They were truly special, weren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, they really were.
Remembering how their hand felt on my head and the softness of their touch as they inspected my leg, those thoughts hurt as much as the hunter's trap did. But also, they make me smile, too. I've often wondered what they might have forgotten me. I often wondered that they might have forgotten me, but I don't think they did. They only knew me as a fox, before I had any magic, so their memories should have stayed intact. Those days weren't long, but they were so special. To me, and I hope to Jongin too. And so, I don't want to let them become painful memories. I want to smile when I think about them.
Anyway, I'm sorry for getting so mad at you yesterday, Juliet. And for how I acted this morning with you, Aspen. I know that you both just wanted to keep me from getting hurt. But that's another thing, too. It feels like you're always looking after me, or taking care of me. There are lots of things I'm still learning, but I'm not weak. I've taken care of myself for a long time, you know. So, I don't want it to be like that anymore. I want you to be honest with me from now on, both of you. Even if it's something that would make me sad or angry. I promise that I won't run away without saying anything. I won't just disappear no matter what happens. Because if we're really friends, then we should trust each other, right? That's one of the things I've learned.
Having said everything I wanted to, I finally sit down, taking a spot between the two of them, just like at breakfast every morning. For a second, the three of us sit there quietly. Then Juliet begins to speak.
I hear what you say, Miho. And I agree. You're not the only one still learning things, you know? I have a long way to go too. For years, I felt it for the best to remain open, but guarded. If I maintained a comfortable distance, even from those I call my dearest friends, then I would be protecting myself. By never getting to know anyone too well, by withholding any meaningful details of my life, I thought to avoid the pain of loss again. But all I've done is keep myself from experiencing that joy of companionship again, while even causing hurt to others. I'm not too experienced when it comes to being honest to myself. Or perhaps only honest to a point. But you're right, Miho. That isn't how it should be. From here on out, I'll endeavor to be more open, more real, with both of you. For myself, and for you.
Juliet looks in our direction, but in particular at Aspen right now.
As such, Aspen, there's something that I'd like to tell you.
Oh, about the dead daughter. I was like, are they gonna confess? She begins telling Aspen about Cassette, in much the same way she told me yesterday. I sit quietly and think about what she said. Hearing Juliet describe herself reminds me of me. In the end, we've both always just been running away, haven't we? Despite how perfect and put together Juliet always seemed, she's actually been struggling just as much. She was just better at hiding it than me. As Juliet recounts the vow she made in honor of Cassette, I see Aspen is listening with rapt attention, like when she's getting really absorbed in one of her books. When Juliet finishes her story, both of them have to wipe their eyes. Aspen rummages around in her bag and pulls out a small pack of tissues, offering one to Juliet before noisily blowing her nose and wiping her eyes. Ew, in
Gosh,
that order?
That's certainly a lot to take in. Thank you for telling me, though. Cosette sounds like she was a wonderful person, just like Johnine. I wish I could have met her.
I wish you could have as well. She would have had endless stories to recount, and I know she would have loved to share them.
As for all the other stuff, first of all, I promise, to both of you, I want us to be truly friends as well. I don't have anything quite so dramatic in my past, but I certainly know how it feels to be performative. I can hardly fault you for curating your self-image when I do the same thing. It's kind of funny, actually, and a little scary to hear you talk about Cosette and Zhuangyin. Because, as someone who will one day be past tense, I often wonder about how I'll be remembered when I'm gone. Not that I expect that to be any time soon, but still, I hope that someone speaks of me just as fondly someday. There will be more than enough time for me to worry about that in the future, though. Right now, I'm glad we had this conversation. It was worth the near panic attack I had earlier, wondering what would be said tonight.
Me too. I still have a lot to think about, and I'm still sad. But I don't want to be sad forever. I know it's not what they would have wanted for me either. But I do know that I'm lucky I met you two, and that you're my friends. I wanted to say like that.
My cheeks burn from saying something like that out loud, but for the first time ever, I like saying it, because it's true. Although I already made up my mind to stay, it's sitting here in the middle of the gardens that I know I made the right decision. For all the doubts I had, all the struggles, I'm thankful that it happened, and I can finally admit that to myself. Maybe it won't turn out the way I expected, but for once, I'm content with my life right now.
Well said. And don't worry, Miho. We're not going anywhere.
Even if it's not always perfect, it doesn't need to be. Just like Juliet.
Oh, Miho, I'm glad too. The first time you stepped into the Bell House was one of the luckiest days of my life.
All I have to do is keep trying, like Aspen. So maybe another first time would be appropriate. Hopping up for the bench, I grab Aspen's hand and Juliet's hand, and pull them to their feet too. Then spreading my arms as wide as I can, I pull them both into a hug. Without hesitation, I feel them embrace me in return. From that first day at the cafe all the way to now, it's chilly out here in the gardens, in the cool evening air, but it's warm in Aspen and Juliet's arms, and I smile to myself, and to them, and to anyone who may be watching. Okay.
Mine too.
Morning. After spending a bit more time walking around the gardens last night, Julie and I went back to the library and Aspen took a bus back to her apartment. Once we got back, I fell asleep almost immediately, my brain finally getting some relief from all the emotions of the last few days. In the morning, once I go downstairs for breakfast, it's pleasantly familiar. Toast, eggs, and fruit like always, and conversation about books and work in Wellington. After cleaning up, but before Aspen departs, Juliet clears her throat.
By the way, Aspen, I do believe this weekend is a special occasion. Am I correct?
I had been trying to ignore that until now, but yes.
Wait, what? What happens this weekend?
This Friday is my birthday. A brutal reminder that, like we just discussed, time won't wait for me.
Awkward.
Whoa! Humans have parties for that, right? Are you gonna have a party?
No, I'm not turning 12.
How old are you turning?
Oh, I'm gonna guess 23.
Not 12.
Okay.
I thought parties were a thing you got to do your whole life. That's not fair that only 12-year-olds get to have them.
It's not like that. They're just one of those things that you grow out of.
Why?
Why what?
Why do you grow out of them?
Her brow gets more creases, like she's trying to explain this as much to herself as to me.
It's just part of being an adult. You get older and older and you reach the real world and then you don't feel like having a party, I suppose.
That's so real.
When you're young, it's exciting getting older because there's so much you can't do as a child. Once you're an adult, you realize that what you thought adult life would be like isn't real. So instead of being excited that there's cake and ice cream, you start worrying about how many calories are in each.
What's a calorie?
Never mind.
You know, Miho has a point.
She does?
I do.
You're never too old to have fun, as you both went out of your way to remind me. 25 can be just as much a reason to celebrate as 5.
Okay, 25. Okay.
I suppose you're right. For the record, I'm only turning 24.
Oh.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Still, I'm not the partying type. Plus, I told my parents I'd go visit them this weekend. Just for a day, mind. I'll be back well before 24 hours have passed.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'm sure they'll be overjoyed to see you.
I'm sure they will be, at least for a little while. I still wouldn't want to stay for more than a weekend, even without Miho to keep in mind. Longer than that, and my mum and I would probably go crazy.
Ooh, she has mommy issues.
I'm not leaving Welly until late Saturday evening, though. Would you mind going with me to the bus stop on that day, Miho? Just to be extra safe.
Yeah, of course.
Even without a party, would you let us treat you to dinner on Friday evening? We can go wherever you like.
That would be nice, thank you. No gifts, though. It won't be a party.
That's easy, because they wouldn't know what to get you anyway.
Okay, that's not a flex.
Where do you want to go?
I'm not sure yet, but I'll let you two know. Maybe you can come over on Friday evening, and we'll go from there.
Come over? Where?
To my apartment? I do have my own place to live, you know. And, well, it isn't anything special, but I felt I should at least let you two see it. Only if you want to.
Of course I want to!
I mean it, it's the definition of average. I'm not even sure if it can fit 3 people.
I lived in a dirt hole for most of my life. I can handle anything.
Good point. You'll feel right at home then.
I'd love to come visit as well. Thank you for the invitation.
Great. I'll clean up and make sure the cats are on their best behavior. It's been quite a while since we've had company.
I can't wait!
The 3 of us chat for a little bit longer until it's time for us all to split up for the day.
Miho, do you have any plans for the day?
Not yet. Why?
I was planning to go see a movie soon. Would you like to come with me?
Movie date.
You're more than welcome to, of course, Juliet, but I imagine it's rather late for you.
Unfortunately so. I'll be up a while longer, but I wouldn't be able to make it through an entire movie. I hope that you enjoy it, though.
I understand. Miho? It's fine if you don't want to come along, but the showing starts in an hour, so we'd need to leave soon. I prefer to get there before it's crowded.
No! No. This cannot be like the determining choice for my lawful. Rest at home with Juliet, watch a movie with Aspen. Obviously, if we watch a movie, that's gonna be a new experience. If we stay home with Juliet, I feel like we're just gonna learn more about Juliet, which is fine. Even though I am leaning towards Juliet, because I feel like that's who the character would choose. Because, as they were saying earlier, like, Miho can't really befriend humans because they're gonna die. So, like, practically it makes sense to, like, get to know Juliet a bit better. But in terms of compatibility, I think we get along a bit better with Aspen. Because, like, I know I like Juliet, but I gotta think about what Miho would want. And I think Miho is leaning more towards Aspen. So let's go to the movie date.
Sure, I'll go. It's like watching a really big TV, right?
Precisely. I'm sure you'll have a great time. Have fun, both of you. I'll see you two later.
See ya!
Good night.
With that, Juliet waves goodbye and goes to bed. Oh wait, I just realized the other choice where we had to choose between Aspen and Juliet, I also did Aspen. Because it was either open the windows with Aspen or cook breakfast, and I chose Aspen. Oh no, am I? No, I'm not like mad about an Aspen ending, but I do feel like Miho likes Aspen a bit more.
Are you ready to go?
Yep, I am.
Aspen leads the way outside and down the road.
So what movie are we gonna see?
It's based off a book that I read a long time ago. I should have mentioned that it's a horror movie.
Oh.
That won't be a problem for you, right?
Nah, it's fine. What's a horror movie?
Okay.
A scary movie. This one's about a creepy clown that terrorizes a small town.
A clown? How is that scary?
Well, he's not a regular clown, although those are frightening enough on their own. You'll just have to see, I suppose.
Alright. I didn't know you liked scary things.
I don't watch them that often, but like I said, I read the book a long time ago, so I already know what happens. It's just interesting to see how well it gets translated to the screen. If it ends up being too much for you, just let me know. Not everyone has the stomach for these sorts of films.
Okay.
Okay. The movie theater is on the same street as the Bell House, but a lot further down. It's the one that Juliet showed me before. Back then I told her that I didn't think I'd be interested in scary movies, but here I am anyway. It's not something I'd go see by myself, though. Aspen pays for both of our tickets, saying I can just pay her back later. We go inside through a pair of glass doors like the ones at the museum.
Do you want any snacks?
Of course! What do they have?
Well, traditionally you have popcorn at the movies. They also have candy and other things too. If you'd like, we can share some popcorn.
Look at Aspen, she's blushing.
Sounds good. I've never had popcorn from a machine like that before.
Let's change that then.
Aspen goes up to the counter and places our order while I wait nearby. A minute later, she approaches me carrying an enormous tub of popcorn. It's at least as big as my head, ears and all.
Whoa, that's huge!
Considering how much they charge for it, it's only fair.
Okay.
Come on, let's go sit down.
I follow her down a hallway and through another door, where I finally get my first look at a movie screen.
Whoa, that's huge too!
It makes my TV look like a toy in comparison. In fact, it's probably bigger than my entire room. We go up some stairs and then sit down in one of the back rows near the middle. Aspen holds the bucket of popcorn in her lap and grabs a handful, right as something starts to play on the screen. Immediately my ears are assaulted by blaring music and booming speech. Oh, it probably sounds so bad for her. Oh. With the sound coming from all around, I instinctively cover my ears at first.
Is it supposed to be this loud?
I have to yell just to make myself heard.
Yes, but we're not. It's like the library. These are just previews for other movies that are coming out soon. But once the real thing starts, we're not supposed to talk. Although, it's not like there are many other people around that we'd be disturbing.
She's right. We're the only people in the theater right now. This must be why she wanted to see the movie this early in the day. Also, Aspen was blushing when she said, "Oh, nobody else is here." Eventually, I get used to the volume level. I grab a handful of popcorn from the bucket to munch on, and I'm surprised by how tasty it is.
Whoa, this?
I slap my other hand over my mouth to shut myself up, which makes Aspen laugh. She leans over to whisper.
It's fine. We won't bother anyone. It's just good to know for the next time you see a movie. Oh. Okay. This is really good.
We sit through a few minutes worth of previews before our movie finally begins. Aspen and I, mostly me if I'm being honest, are almost halfway through the popcorn already. The movie gets right into the action. Within the first couple minutes, the clown Aspen mentioned is already causing chaos. I thought clowns were supposed to be funny, but apparently this one didn't get the memo. I'm not bored, but I'm not exactly scared either. At one point, there's a loud bang as the evil clown jumps out of the darkness. Beside me, Aspen jumps in her seat, almost spilling the popcorn on the floor. Embarrassed, she wraps her arms tighter around it so it doesn't happen again. The movie lasts a lot longer than I expected. By the time we leave, it's almost lunchtime, although I'm too full of popcorn to be hungry. Stepping out into the sunlight, I notice Aspen's face is pale and she wipes her hands on her blouse.
So, how did you like it?
It was alright. I don't think I was ever very scared, though.
That's good. I thought I would be okay since I knew what was going to happen, but it startled me a few times.
Yeah, I noticed.
At one point, she was even covering her eyes.
Well, there's a reason I don't watch those types of movies very often. I'm glad you had a nice time, though.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me. Maybe next time we can see something that's easier to watch.
Finally, Aspen manages a smile.
Yes, I'd like that.
The afternoon. Ooh, who do we go to? Let's go to Cuba Street and talk to the mother and Tommy. Looking for something to do, I head to Cuba Street to walk around. I don't go shopping very often since I have pretty much everything I can need at the library, but I do like looking around. Ooh. While I wander, I notice two people that I sort of recognize sitting at a table together. Tommy's parents. Last time the dad introduced himself to me as Elijah. Although I recognize his mom, I never heard her name. The two of them are sitting across from each other, and his mom has her face in her hands. Elijah looks kind of upset, but stays on his side of the table. Tommy and Jerby don't seem to be around. My curiosity gets the better of me, and I sit down close by, where I can hear what they're talking about.
Gwen, we're still on the same side here. Tommy's side, right?
I know. It's just... it's a lot, okay? It's a lot.
Yeah. But, we knew it wasn't going to be easy.
At least we were right about that.
Gwen pats her pockets looking around, and Elisha pulls out a pack of tissues from his own pocket. He offers them to her, and she takes one to blow her nose.
What are we supposed to tell his teacher? This is the third time he's gotten in a fight this month.
Oh. Are they talking about Tommy? I can't picture him in a fight. He's way too small. What would he even be fighting about?
Yeah. Did they say if he won or not?
Elijah!
Sorry. Why don't you talk to the school and let them know that we're dealing with it? And I can talk to T when he's back from your place next time.
Fine. Maybe he'll listen to you better than he'll listen to me.
Maybe. It's a shame we can't get Gerby to talk to him.
Gwen scoffs.
Or anyone. I don't think it's bad for him to have an imaginary friend or anything, but...
Oh, that's right. The other day, Tommy and I ran into someone who was able to see Gerby.
Wait, he remembers me? He's talking about me. I scoot a little closer on the bench where I'm sitting to make sure I don't miss anything.
Really? Who was it?
You know, I can't remember. I remember them saying it, but I can't picture that face or voice. I wish I'd gotten a name or something.
So people can remember, like, the things that happen, but they can't remember, like, my description. That's more interesting now.
So you don't actually know if they saw him or not? They just said they could.
Well, technically, maybe you're right. I wish I could think of who it was.
I'm tempted to walk over and tell them it was me, but I don't know what that would accomplish. I don't have any way to prove what I'm saying, and it might just make me come off as crazy. I can only sort of follow along with what they're talking about, but it seems like Tommy's having a lot of trouble and neither of them know what to do about it. There's not anything I can give advice on or help with either. Sighing, Gwen checks her watch.
Well, I've got to go pick him up. I'll let you know what the teacher says when I talk to her.
All right. Let me know if you need anything.
Yeah, bye.
They both stand up, and it seems like they're not sure how to act. Finally, Gwen gives a stiff wave and walks down Cuba Street. Elijah sticks around for a bit longer, sighing like Gwen did and running a hand through his hair. Then he leaves in the opposite direction. Humans and their relationships are complicated. I hope I never have to deal with something like that. Now that the two of them are gone, there's nothing else going on around here that's very interesting. Eventually, I get up as well and start walking again, in search of the next thing that can entertain me for a while. Ooh, morning. Okay, so it's the next day. Nothing new to look at. So we've been to the bay. We've been to the garden. Let's go to the cafe. I'm feeling a bit lethargic, so maybe I'll have a warm tea and a long, peaceful sit. I can always count on Bell House for a cozy atmosphere, after all. I buy my drink, find my favorite seat, and settle down. And then I watch a kid across the cafe knock his midnight double chocolate swirl drink on the ground and immediately start crying. So much for the atmosphere. I think I'll sit outside today. We get to go to Aspen's house. Hell yeah. Afternoon. Later in the evening, Aspen sends a message to Juliet. To Juliet. That is so hard to say together. As with so many words. Aspen sends a message to Juliet to let her know that she's ready for us to come over, and the two of us walk down to the address she gave us. Juliet leads the way, of course, since I don't know many of the streets by name. We eventually arrive at an unremarkable-looking apartment building, just a few stories tall and without many decorations out front.
This is the place. I believe she's on the ground floor.
Not too far away, one of the doors swings open and Aspen pokes her head out to wave us over.
Miho, Juliet, over here. Aspen!
She holds the door open with one hand while pushing something away with her feet.
No! Stay back, you two.
I freeze, halfway to where she is.
What's wrong? I said, no, not you, Miho. I'm talking to the cats.
Aspen gestures for us to come inside while keeping an eye on the floor. Juliet and I hurry in and Aspen shuts the door behind us.
Well, ta-da! Or something.
Whoa!
The entire place is just one room, except for a small bathroom. Right across from the door is a tiny kitchen area with a fridge, stove, and a microwave. I would love a studio apartment. Everything else is basically a bedroom. There's a dresser, a small desk with a computer, and Aspen's bed itself. Some luggage and boxes are scattered around, which I'm guessing were part of Aspen's cleanup.
I hope that was the good kind of whoa.
It's lovely, Aspen. I adore the fairy lights and plants. They make it feel very welcoming. Thank you for having us.
Juliet is not impressed.
Yeah, thanks. It was a good whoa, don't worry.
I didn't really have any expectations, but I'm still kind of surprised by how small it is. I figured she'd be exaggerating that part at least a little bit. The decorations make it feel fitting for Aspen, though. Two pairs of green eyes peek at us from around the corner, and both cats go dashing under the bed as we step further in.
Sorry there's not more space to sit down. You can see why I don't have company over very often. You can sit on the bed if you'd like. Or the computer chair.
Oh, it's fine. I'm okay on the floor.
I take a seat with my back against the dresser, while Juliet sits down on the bed as invited. Aspen ends up taking the sole chair for herself. Almost as soon as I sit down, I spring back up, remembering the occasion.
Oh yeah! Happy birthday!
Yes, happy birthday, Aspen. Here's to another wonderful year.
Thank you. This year has been pretty good, I must say.
Narrowing my eyes, I inspect Aspen, who notices and frowns at me.
Can I help you?
You don't look any older.
I'm glad to hear that. It doesn't just happen overnight on your birthday, though. Not that you would be aware of that, I suppose. Anyway, enough about that. Are you too hungry? We've already done everything there is to do here, I believe. Now you understand why I never have people over.
It's fine. I don't mind just sitting around. But yeah, I'm always ready to eat.
Have you decided where you want to go?
I think so. There's a seafood restaurant that isn't too far away that I enjoy, but don't go to very often. Does that work for both of you?
I'm okay with anything. I just like food.
Indeed. It's your birthday, so we'll have whatever you want.
All right. Let's get going then.
The restaurant is a bit of a walk from Aspen's apartment, but it's a nice day, so I don't mind. We end up at a pier not too far from the museum I visited. It's not a very big place, but it's bigger than the Bell House. Half of it juts out over the ocean itself. We get seated right away, at a long table with metal stools.
It sure smells fishy.
It's supposed to. That means it's fresh.
Our waiter brings 3 menus, setting one in front of each of us, and promises to come take our order soon. Aspen and Juliet both pick up their menus and start to flip through, so I do the same.
Let me know if you need help reading anything, Miho.
Thanks.
Fortunately, there are plenty of pictures. The Bell House could learn a thing or two from here. I'm even able to read some of the words, like fish and corn, but there are others that I don't recognize at all.
What do you usually get here, Aspen?
Well, they're most well known for their crab, although it's very messy. And expensive, so I've never had it. I usually get the clam chowder or fish and chips if I want to hate myself later.
Oh. What's chowder?
It's like a thick soup.
Oh. Isn't it hard to eat clams? I've tried before, but I couldn't get past the shells.
They do that for you. No shells involved.
Whoa! That's nice of them.
I'm sure they'd be glad to hear that. Is there something you usually order when you go out to eat?
Oh, I've never been to a restaurant before. Unless you count the Bell House. Well, not as a paying customer, at least. But I know how they work because I've seen them on TV.
I hope you enjoy your first time then.
I will.
Both of you, feel free to order whatever you'd like. Don't worry about the price.
Don't worry, I wasn't.
A nearby door swings open, and for a second I can see into the kitchen as another waiter comes out, carrying a big bucket. A number of spiny claws and legs poke out of it.
Wait. Is that...
They take the buckets to another table and set it down, along with a big pile of napkins.
The crab? Yes.
I watch intently, curious to see how these people are going to get past the shells.
You shouldn't stare, you know.
I ignore her. I have to know. They grab some utensils that I've never seen before and use those to crack the shells. I watch fascinated while they do. Turning back to Aspen and Juliet, I've made up my mind.
I want that!
Okay. Clams are too hard, but I love eating crab. It's been a long, long time since I've had it, though.
It would be nice to try at least once.
Sounds like it's settled then.
Our waiter shows back up, a few glasses of water in hand, and Juliet orders for all of us. The waiter takes the menus back, saying our food should be out before too long. I sip my water and look around, enjoying the new experience.
Have you ever been here before, Juliet?
I haven't. As I'm sure you know, I don't go out to eat very often. I've been to similar restaurants before, though.
You went to the Bell House back when it first opened, didn't you? I seem to recall you telling me that once.
I did, yes. I can still remember what I had. A chai latte with a blueberry scone.
Were you working there yet?
Oh no, it was a few years before I came to Welly. Although, Regina, my boss, wants to expand. there's going to be a second location opening in a couple months. She asked me if I would consider being store manager.
No, Aspen is leaving?
Oh, congratulations! That's quite the honor.
You'd get to run the whole place?
I would still be working for her, but otherwise, yes. I haven't decided if I want to do it or not, though. It would be a lot more work and responsibility, obviously. It would take up much more of my time, too.
Don't do it. Never take management at a company you don't want to stay at for forever.
I'm not sure if I want to put myself through that.
That's so real.
That's understandable. I do think you'd be well suited for it, though.
Yeah, you already do a lot at the other Bell House.
Thanks. Yes, it is tempting. I told her I'll think about it and give her an answer by the end of next month. The building it'll be in is already a coffee shop, so it won't take too long to convert. It all depends on some other things, really.
Like what?
Well, for one, I'd been thinking about keeping this a secret until I hear back, but I finally finished a draft of my manuscript. I sent it off to a few publishers to see what they think.
Oh, congratulations, Aspen. That's a stunning achievement.
Yeah! What are you gonna do with all your free time now?
Thank you. That's a good question. I'm sure I'll spend plenty of it worrying. Other than that, I will need to find some new ways to fill my day. If all goes well, then I won't have time to help out at the new store. I'm getting rather ahead of myself, though. It's only been a little over a week since I submitted it.
Oh. I hope it works out for you.
Me too.
We sit and talk about the usual stuff for maybe 15 or 20 minutes before a waiter comes out of the kitchen, carrying a giant bucket like the one we saw earlier. Aspen and I both gasp in awe as they place it on the table before us with a flourish, giving us a stack of napkins and the tools like the other group.
Well, let's not just stare. Dig in!
I don't even know where to start.
I grab one of the pieces closest to me. It's hot. So hot that I drop it on my plate. Aspen does the same thing with a yelp of pain. Juliet, on the other hand, seems totally unbothered as she calmly claims a portion for herself. Leaning in close, I blow on my food to try to cool it down. While I do, I watch Juliet to observe how she does it. She smiles when she notices me watching, and turns her hands to give me a better view as she uses the tool to crack the shell to get to the meat. Aspen seems to know what she's doing. Once it's cool enough for her to handle, now I just need to give it a try. I try to mimic what I saw Juliet do, and after a moment of squeezing really hard, it finally works.
That was a lot easier than trying to use my own claws.
I should hope so.
I pile it onto my fork and take a big bite, finally getting to enjoy my prize. I feel my eyes go wide with how good it is.
Enjoying it?
Yeah!
I quickly finish the piece I was eating and then rush to grab another one. It's a lot easier to crack now that I know what I'm doing. For a while, the other sounds coming from our table are for those of us For a while, the only sounds coming from our table are those of us enjoying our food and an occasional sip of water. When a waiter comes by to give us refills, they look a little shocked at how much we've already gone through. When the bucket is finally empty and I sadly toss the shell of my last piece into the waste bag, Juliet seems to pick up on it.
Are you still hungry, Miho?
Hungry? No. Do I want to eat more? Yes. That was delicious.
Juliet glances at Aspen, who shrugs.
I could eat more.
The next time the waiter passes by, Juliet flags them down with a smile.
Could we get a second order of this, please?
I feel like it might as well be my birthday instead of Aspen's. By the time we get through the second bucket, even I can't eat anymore, and we leave the restaurant in a bit of a daze.
I don't know if I've ever been this full in my life.
Me too. I think I'm set on crab for a long time now. Thanks for dinner though, Juliet. It was wonderful.
Of course. It was my pleasure. I hope you've had a nice birthday.
I certainly have. Now if I can make it back home, I'll call it a success. I feel like I've put on several kilos just from that meal.
Would you like me to call you a taxi?
No, it's fine. Walking some of this off will be good for me. I still have to pack and get ready for tomorrow.
I suppose Miho and I will head home as well then. Does that sound okay, Miho?
Yeah, let's just walk slow.
Still, I manage a weak wave.
Bye, Aspen. Happy birthday again.
Thank you again. Good night to you both. I'll see you two tomorrow.
Aspen trudges off, but Juliet somehow seems unfazed.
Shall we be off?
Taking a deep breath, I steel myself for the long walk home.
Yeah, let's go.
Morning. The afternoon of Aspen's departure, she's unusually quiet. Although she shows up to breakfast like normal, she barely says a word throughout the whole meal, other than things like yes please or no thanks. From the way she keeps checking her phone and messing with her face and clothes, I can tell something must be on her mind. I figured she's just antsy about her trip, so I didn't bring it up or try to talk to her. Instead, Juliet and I mostly chat, until we're done eating and the dishes are cleaned up. The moment we're finished, Aspen perks up a little bit.
Miho, are you ready to go to the bus station?
Yeah. This way, you have as much time as possible to get back.
Precisely. Thank you.
Of course.
Before departing, Juliet approaches Aspen and gives her a hug. From the outside, I realize that hugs look kind of weird. People have come up with the strangest way to show that they care about each other.
Safe travels, Aspen. Let us know when you get there.
Will do. I won't have reception while traveling, but I'll send a message as soon as I'm home.
How long's your trip?
If it was by car, only a couple hours. It'll be closer to 4 by bus, though. I'll take an early one on the way back tomorrow just to be safe.
Ample reading time, it sounds like.
Oh, yes.
She drums her fingers on a book tucked into her bag.
Patricia and I have a lot of catching up to do.
Although she's still fidgety, it seems like Aspen's remembered how to speak. After spending an unusually long amount of time adjusting her skirt and hair, she finally faces me brightly.
Well, shall we be off, Miho?
Yep.
Goodbye, Aspen. Good night, Miho.
Bye!
Later!
Aspen holds the front door open for me as we exit the library.
Where exactly is the bus station?
Not too far from my apartment. We'll pass it by on the way there.
Should we stop by and say hi to the cats? I'm sure they'd love to see me.
They're going to be angry enough at me for leaving for a day. I'm not sure I want to traumatize them right before I go.
Dang it. I've never gotten along with cats.
Have you known many?
Only a few. Some of the strays have some really good stories to tell.
The two of us walk along in silence for a little bit before Aspen pokes me on the shoulder. I've gotten more used to physical contact like that, but it still surprises me every time.
What's it like talking to an animal, anyway? How do you do it?
I'm not sure. It was just something that I knew how to do, like making a den. A lot of the time, you can just feel what they mean without saying it. I don't know how to put it.
No, that makes sense. There are some things that you just can't put into words, as much as you'd like to.
Exactly! I have the problem a lot. I'll bet you don't, though.
You'd lose that bet quite handily. Why, I'd say I struggle to put things into words more than anything.
Really? How? I thought you loved writing.
I do, usually, but it's not that simple. Sometimes you just can't use any old words. You have to use the right ones. And often that means going through lots and lots of the wrong ones until you find them.
I think it's easier the way animals do it.
It certainly sounds like it. I often wonder if I could talk to Percy and Byron, what they would have to say. Maybe they just complain about me not feeding them enough or something.
Do you want me to ask them?
It's tempting, but no thanks. As long as I don't know for a fact that they're saying rude things, I can convince myself that they're not. Rather like that other cat in the box.
Cats like being in boxes, so they probably wouldn't be complaining.
Not quite what I meant, but I'll take it.
For a bit, Aspen hums quietly to herself while we walk. I don't know if she knows that I can hear her. Even though she's being more chatty, there's still something that seems a little bit off about Aspen. I can't quite place my finger on what it is, though. At one point, she checks her phone and starts to walk a little bit quicker.
Are you looking forward to going home?
If she has to think about it, that kind of answers my question.
I am, yes. But like I said, I prefer to only do so for a day or two at a time.
'Cause of your parents?
A little. They're not really that bad, though. Mum's a worrywart and Dad isn't, so Mum feels like she needs to worry enough for both of them. It's not too bad over the phone, but when I'm there, Mum always tries to convince me to stay and move back. So I tell them they should move out here instead, and Mum goes into why they can't, and it's just tiresome.
Sounds like she cares about you a lot.
She does. And I love her too, don't get me wrong. It's more the town than them. Or rather, the lack thereof.
What do you mean?
They live in the middle of nowhere. Mum loves it out in the countryside and says she can't live without her backyard view and half a kilometre from the nearest neighbours. I, on the other hand, can't live without bookstores and coffee shops and high-speed internet.
Classic millennial.
So that's why you moved to Wellington?
That's why I moved to Wellington. It seemed like a necessity to make it as an author.
I try to put together the things she's been telling me into one big picture.
Can you only find the right words here?
Exactly. At least, that's what I thought before I came.
Oh.
Turns out that moving to a new city won't magically make you a better writer. Or even a writer at all. Back when I was in school, I used to daydream about what life in the big city must be like. Busy and important things happening during the day, and then nights full of excitement and sparkling wonder. Instead, it's the Bell House, and a tiny apartment the size of my living room back home. I thought if I put myself in this new environment, then I'd grow into the type of person who belonged there. I learned the hard way that places don't change who we are. Still, better to be struggling to make it in the city than doing nothing out in the boonies, I tell myself.
I think it sounds pretty nice. Peace and quiet, nothing to have to worry about.
You're not helping me, Ho.
Ugh, not you too. That's exactly what my mum says. Trust me, it sounds better hearing about it than living it. Just like Wellington. Or any city, I'd imagine.
I don't know if you guys can hear that car. Maybe you shouldn't live in the city.
I'm sure even Wellington must seem like a bore compared to some of the places you've been to, like Shanghai or Seoul.
Well, yeah. I still like it though. Those cities are too big for me. They're noisy and loud and smell bad, and anything can be dangerous. You have to be on your guard all the time. It's not like that here. The scariest thing I've seen was a movie.
That's true. I'm glad. I'm glad you liked it enough to stay.
Me too.
We're well into the city, pretty far past Cuba Street and the Bell House. Now that I've been there once, I also recognize Te Papa, the museum, when we pass by it. By now, there isn't much I don't recognize. I've been all over this part of Wellington enough that I can probably get from here to Mount Victoria with my eyes closed. I memorized other cities the same way when I lived there, but for the most part, once I left, I forgot all about them. I'm not sure I'd ever be able to forget the streets of Wellington. even if I wanted to. Instead of humming, Aspen started fidgeting again as we walked, messing with her phone and purse and hat and glasses. I recognized the shops and apartment buildings from the walk to Aspen's house, so we can't be very far from the station.
Are you nervous?
Me? No. No. Why would I be? Do I seem nervous?
Yeah. Is it because of the bus? You don't have to worry about that. I've ridden on them lots of times and they only broke down like once.
No, it's not that. I mean, no, I'm not nervous.
Okay.
I've never seen Aspen more nervous, but I still don't push it. I can hear and smell the bus station before I see it, and then it comes into view. There are 2 or 3 buses parked or passing through. I wonder if one of them is Aspen's. We stop across the street and she checks her phone again, then puts it away.
You're not late, are you? Oh, I could have walked faster.
No, we're right on time. It'll be here any minute now.
Cool. I'll wait with you till it arrives.
I start to cross the road but stop when I notice Aspen isn't following. Instead, she's still standing on the sidewalk, gripping the strap of her bag tightly.
Aspen?
I trot back to her, looking around to see if I'm missing something, but there's nothing, other than a couple of people waiting far away at the station.
Are you alright?
Oh. She blinks a couple times and then takes a deep, deep breath before facing me.
Miho, I have to tell you something.
The effect of her words is immediate. Thud, thud. Like she cast a spell, my heart starts to race. Whatever she's going to say must be why she's acting so weird all afternoon. Is it something bad? Is she not going to come back after all?
Yeah?
I barely managed to croak out an answer. I can't handle more heartbreak so soon.
It's something that I've been thinking about telling you for a long time. But it was one of those things where I wasn't sure how. Or when. Because I didn't know how you'd take it.
What could it even be? We just saw Juliet, so it can't be anything to do with her. Lena?
But then, after we all talked the other night, I realized that I should just say it anyway. Because no matter what, I know I would regret it more later if I didn't. Who knows how many more chances I might get? So I thought about it. A lot. What the right words were. And I just couldn't figure it out. So I didn't prepare. I'm just saying this, somehow, and hoping. God, I'm actually saying this, aren't I?
Her grip on her hat shifts, clutching it so tightly her knuckles are turning white. I feel frozen in place, not sure what to say or do. All I can do is stare, my heart feeling like it's going to explode out of my chest when she looks down at the ground. Whispering something to herself, she wrings her hat in her hands before finally looking back at me.
There's something I want you to know. Miho,
Dude, if the bus hits her... We're standing in the middle of the street, I think, still.
I used to think that there was no way someone like you could exist. Someone who looks at the world like you do, and is honest about what you see. The good and the bad. And at the same time, someone who doesn't realize just how much she has to offer. Just how much you make people happy. But here you are. Maybe meeting you used up all my luck for the rest of my life. But here you are. And I love you. And I just couldn't keep not telling you that. In case maybe you love me too.
Oh my god, I'm crying.
I couldn't keep just hoping and wondering and not knowing. And now that I've said it, it feels so good to have out there. I love you, Miho. I love you. At first, I wasn't sure because everything seemed too perfect and unreal. I thought that I was just letting myself get carried away like I always do. A silly little daydream, but it's true. It makes me feel silly how much already, when I think of how utterly stupid it always sounded to me when reading about love at first sight. But how could it be anything else? I don't believe in coincidence, Miho. My life was changed the moment I saw you. I just didn't know it yet.
Oh, because I was gonna say, we met at the coffee shop, but no, we met when she was reading in the library, and like, I was peeking at her through the shelves. Oh.
Now I do. Now we both do. I love you, Miho. It's out there, and I can't take it back.
There's 2 chapters left. What else happened? Her words drift away into the air as we look at each other in silence. My head is TV static, buzzing with nothing to show. Not because it's empty, but because there's too much for me to process. Aspen, in love? With me? When a whips past my face as a bus rolls by, pulling into the station. I barely notice it, barely able to notice anything. Aspen is in love with me? I don't know what to say. But Aspen raises a finger to her lips.
Shh. Don't tell me.
Oh my god, that's so annoying.
I said it now before I leave for a reason. Because I thought you might say that. Tomorrow, whatever it is you feel, I'll hear it then.
Oh, she probably wanted to tell us now in case she somehow isn't able to see us tomorrow. Dude, imagine, like, she gets stuck in her hometown and she can't see us tomorrow. Oh my god, how brutal. I look at her face for some guide on how to respond, but she just gives me a smile. A weak, fragile smile. Left dumbfounded, I nod. Aspen is in love with me? Returning her hat to her head, Aspen sighs, like she just finished a hard day's work.
Well, that's it. All I have to say, I suppose. As if that wasn't one of the most important things I've ever said in my life. That's my bus. So, I'll see you tomorrow, Miho. And no matter what, it's okay. If we just carry on being friends like normal, I'm fine with that. More than fine. I'm just glad that I took the chance to tell you.
For how nervous she was a few minutes ago, she does seem a lot calmer now. I may as well be a statue as Aspen starts to walk past me, but then she pauses.
May I give you a goodbye hug?
That much I can respond to at least.
Yeah.
We wrap our arms around each other, that weird human custom. Everything may have just changed, but she's still the same Aspen she was when we left the library. I try to listen for what she might be saying without words as she squeezes. Sorry. I try to listen for what she might be saying without words as she squeezes me tight. Finally, she steps away with a smile. It might be the most genuine one I've ever seen on her face.
Bye, Miho.
Bye.
I make my way back to the library, like a zombie. It's evening. My feet moving without really thinking about it. Aspen's words keep replaying over and over in my head. I get them, but I can't make sense of them. There's not a sound to be heard from the empty aisles when I enter, Juliet having finished tidying up in the hour or so that's passed since I left. After a quick glance around, I head towards the stairs. When I head up to the second floor, I spot a sliver! Look at chat, it's also 3 hours in. This chapter is so flippin' long. So, I thought the end of the chapter was gonna be like before the birthday. But holy moly. Click subscribe smiley face and you can dodge the ads like a pro. Subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime account too. I was right. Juliet is going to be the slow burn. So, can we beat this today? Like, this game is so flippin' long. When I head up to the second floor, I spot a sliver of light from underneath Juliet's bedroom door. I knock, and it opens just a moment later. Juliet greets me with a calm smile at first, but the corners of her mouth falter as she looks at my face. I don't quite know what expression I'm making right now. I don't know what I'm even feeling to begin with.
Miho? Did something happen?
Ooh.
Aspen said she's in love with me.
There's no way. No, there. Dude, my character is so clueless. What?
Oh, I see.
Juliet's not the type to be shocked easily. That's why I wanted to see her for advice. But she's even less surprised than I thought she would be.
Give me just a moment, and I'll meet you in my study.
Wait, this is so awkward now. I nod and head over there, opening the door. As I walk into the darkness, I'm met by several pairs of eyes.
What?
Just as startled as I am, several bats begin to flap their wings and noisily take flight, chittering overhead before most of them leave out the open window. The biggest one watches me for a bit longer before departing as well. By the time Juliet enters the study and turns on the lamp, it's just me and her.
Sorry I scared off all your bats.
It's fine. Don't worry. I'll be back before too long.
We settle down into the same seats as last time, with Juliet behind her desk and me across from it.
So, Aspen.
Yeah. Aspen.
I wonder what Aspen's thinking right now. Is her head as much of a mess as mine? Probably, knowing her.
We had just gotten to the bus station when she stopped and said it. She said she waited until just before she left, so she didn't have to hear my feelings until tomorrow, when she gets home.
Okay, my opinion on confessions is if it's not an immediate yes, then you don't like them. If you have to think about it, if you have to mull over it, that's not like a true connection in my opinion. Like, I think if you like somebody, you know. You know. Like, if somebody asks you out and you like them off the jump, you know. But if you gotta like warm up to them, or they have to explain why they think you should go out with them, like, and you're not fully down, you don't like them. It's different if it's like a casual relationship, but like if it's like a friend and you have to think about it, then no, you don't like them. Also, I'm putting my hair up. Oh my goodness, this is drama that we immediately went to Juliet. Wait, oh my goodness, like I can't believe Miho right now. And like, Aspen's gonna be mad that like, because if we decide that, oh yes, we like Aspen too, or if we don't like Aspen, then I feel like Aspen is gonna feel like Juliet coerced us in a certain direction.
And what are your feelings?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't ever thought about love or someone being in love with me. I don't even really know what it means. I know the word, but how does it feel? How would I know?
If you don't know, you don't know.
The other day, you talked about how much you loved Cosette, and how you didn't know much about love before then. This is a different love from that, right?
She thinks to herself for a while, carefully considering her answer. I'm glad she does. At least one of us can stand back and think over this properly.
Yes and no. Of course, the bond between a parent and their child is different than that of two partners, but it comes from the same part of the heart. The part that you give away to somebody else.
Oh.
Love is when you care about another person so much that the feeling becomes bigger than you. When your life is more full and joyful for the presence of that person in it. I could throw out any number of cliches, but they'd be meaningless. What love means and how it feels are different for every person. To speak from my own experiences, love is like a flower. It starts as something tiny, but as it's nurtured and cared for, it grows. It reaches toward the sunlight and towards something better, and blooms into something beautiful. Not all flowers grow at the same rate, and not all flowers look the same. But wouldn't you agree that that's the joy of flowers, Miho?
I look up from the floor towards Juliet, who's watching me warmly.
I like flowers, but I've never grown one before.
The same can be said for everyone at some point. But as long as you're willing to give it the time and patience that it deserves, even the tiniest seed can become something wonderful.
Juliet must see the confusion on my face because she touches my hand gently.
You should take some time to yourself, Miho. We can talk about it later tonight, if you're ready. If you needed even more time, I'm sure Aspen would understand.
Yeah. I need to think about it. And sorry for waking you up. Or keeping you up. Whichever.
It's no trouble at all. I'm glad that you felt comfortable coming to me about this.
It was the first thing I did. Thanks, by the way. You've helped me out a lot.
Of course. It's my pleasure. It's what friends are for.
Juliet returns to bed and I go to my room as well. I sit down on the floor, which is where I've done a lot of my best thinking lately. I lean against my bed and turn on the TV. There sure are a lot of shows and movies about love, aren't there? It's difficult to imagine that concept applying to me. I do know that I care about Aspen a lot. I like being around her. I like talking to her. I look forward to seeing her when she's not there. We're friends, but could we be more than that? I spent a few hours stewing in my thoughts and not coming to any conclusions. Love feels like something that couldn't and shouldn't apply to me. And yet, here I am. Hours pass as I consider the issue from every angle. I end up with even more questions than answers. Is it something I want? Is it something I could even do? What I chose to say to Aspen doesn't just affect me, but it affects her too. No matter what, both of our lives are about to change. No matter what, I have to make a decision. I'm sure that I'll have some doubts either way, but I just can't ignore or run away from this. So after turning it over and over in my mind, I finally make a choice. Slowly, I stand up and head downstairs. What am I doing? Am I gonna be like, Juliet, show me what love is? Like, what am I doing? My legs feel like jelly as they carry me towards another huge moment. My legs shake, but I hold on tightly to the banister as I head down to the kitchen, where Juliet's making tea. There's a second mug on the table, full of steaming hot chocolate. Oh, Juliet knew. Juliet knew that I'd be down there.
Right on time, like always. I was just about to call for you.
Oh, I guess we do this every night. Never mind.
I heard you get up a little while ago. I was still doing some thinking, though.
I see. So I take it that means you've made up your mind about Aspen, then?
Yeah. It wasn't easy, but I have.
Matters of the heart are rarely easy. Shall we sit?
Yeah.
We take our usual seats, the third one conspicuously empty. I take a big gulp of my hot chocolate while Julia takes a small sip of tea. Wiping my mouth with the back of my hand, I lean back in my chair. I take a deep breath and nod.
I've decided.
Oh my god. I didn't think I was actually going to decide. Okay. I think either way, a relationship is going to be difficult with Miho because she has never been in a relationship. She lives forever. And also, Miho doesn't know what love is. So, like, yeah, she can fool around with Aspen. And all Miho would need to do if it flops is just, like, get out of town for a day or two. And then Aspen will forget everything. I don't think Miho, like, loves Aspen. Like, earlier she was like, I enjoy her company, but do I love her? No, I don't think you love her. I'm not going to do it.
I don't think I can do it. I like Aspen, and I don't want to hurt her. But she's a human, and I just don't think I can do that to myself.
The words are heavy and hard to say, but it's a relief to say them. Julia reaches her hand across the table and places it over mine. What is Julia doing?
I understand. I'm sure Aspen will too.
You don't think she'll be mad at me, do you? Or upset? She said she wouldn't, but...
Oh, heavens no. I'm sure she'll be sad. It would be wrong of me to tell you otherwise. But I also know that she wouldn't want it to affect the relationship you do have.
I mean, it's going to.
I'm sure she's prepared herself for this possibility and made her peace with it. The only way I can see her regretting her actions is if they somehow sullied your friendship.
No, no way! At least, I hope not. I don't like her any less. I just can't like her more than I already do. Not in the way she does.
Yeah, what if I'm not gay?
I know what you mean. The heart wants what it wants. To try and go against our own feelings is folly. We only end up creating pain for ourselves and others. That's why Aspen chose to share her feelings with you, even knowing they may not be returned. And why it's important to be honest with yourself, even about the things that may be difficult, as you've reminded me time and again.
I feel Juliet's hand slide off of mine as she stands and walks to the window, opening the blinds. Outside is that in-between time of evening, where the sun is already set but the sky hasn't become totally dark yet. Though Juliet has no reflection, I can see myself in the window, watching her. I wonder if she notices too. My hand tingles when hers is covered. Oh, sorry. My hand tingles when hers covered it just a moment ago.
Have you ever been in love before?
Turning to face me, Juliet has an expression I can't read before replacing it with a fond smile.
There were several times that I thought I was, but later realized otherwise. All of them were before Cassette was born, when I was much more... wild.
Hey, yo.
I mistook the desires of the body and mind for the desires of the heart. What I had thought was love was really
Take
just an
that,
attempt
Jeff.
to fill something missing, to fool myself into believing it was real.
Thank you for the 22-month resub. Not you doing it when Juliet's talking about being a hoe. A gardening hoe. But thank you, Ethan. Can we get some Weethans in chat? Thank you. 22 months with Prime. Hell yeah, brother. Thank you. We'll write your name at end of stream. They remind me of Ian and Mickey. Who is that? ¿Quién es eso?
Raising Cassette forced me to be honest with myself for the first time in ages. Perhaps ever. I had never truly cared about anyone other than myself. I just didn't know it until then. For her entire life, I devoted my heart to Cassette, ensuring she had all the genuine love and support that she needed and deserved.
Okay, but like, familiar love is different from like romantic love. You're from Shameless, weren't you a Tumblr person? I was into Tumblr, but like, I didn't really leave the Supernatural and Yuri on Ice fandoms. Like, I didn't explore. It's so funny because, I was so into Yuri on Ice, and then I would see people use like the Supernatural reaction gifs, and then I started watching the show. Otherwise, I didn't like use Tumblr. Oh, and then Haiku. But I never really left my fandoms.
Even when she grew up and moved out of our home together, not a day or even an hour went by that she wasn't in my thoughts. Since she passed away, I haven't allowed myself to grow close to anyone else. I couldn't ever again settle for a relationship that I didn't feel with my whole heart.
Her eyes meet mine, lingering for a moment before Juliet turns her attention back to her teacup, taking a sip. She closes her eyes and sighs with contentment.
I've made do with smaller pleasures. Hot tea, a good book, the company of friends. It's been enough, ever since then.
I know what you mean. I've only had smaller pleasures too.
Much like Juliet, it never occurred to me to want more. A warm place to sleep and a meal that I didn't scavenge was more than luxurious. Was Juliet yapping the whole time I was gone? No, Asbin deadass said she loved me. So we're like reconciling from that. For a long, long time, I've been satisfied with just little I had. With what? Not just. For a long, long time, I've been satisfied with what little I had, and couldn't hope for anything else. So I thought. I swish around my cup of hot chocolate, which isn't quite so hot anymore. I don't know how Julia makes it, but I know it doesn't just come from mixing some water and powder. It's something she makes special every time, just because she knows I like it. Has anyone else done something like that for me? Not that I can remember.
Not looking forward to telling Aspen tomorrow.
I know. I'm sure it can't be easy.
Like always, she handles my abrupt topic changes without comment.
All I can suggest is to speak from your heart, just like she did. Though it may take her a while, in time, I know that she'll be okay. The best thing you could do is to treat her normally, as if nothing has changed between the two of you.
Right. She's still Aspen.
Exactly. And you're still friends. Nothing can take that away.
I nod, feeling a little better. Juliet and I chat a bit more before eventually I excuse myself and head up to my room for the night. Before I get into bed, I already know it's going to be one of those nights where I toss and turn for hours before being able to pass out. No matter what, I'm not looking forward to letting Aspen down tomorrow. All I can do is hope she understands, like Juliet said, even if it's not what she wants to hear. I'll make sure not to let it change anything between us. Neither of us would want that. Sure enough, it takes a while, but eventually my restlessness turns into exhaustion, and I slip into a fretful sleep. Morning. I don't feel bad. Aspen judged your order when you first met her. No, it was the other girl. No, the other girl was teasing us, not Aspen. Morning comes all too soon. Groggily opening my eyes, I check the time and see that I've slept in about as late as I can. I spend a while trying to fall back asleep, but fail and eventually get up. There are only a couple hours until Aspen will come back. I'm sure she'll go back to her apartment first after she arrives, but she'll have to come up to the library not long after that, so we can see each other before the day's passed. Once she's here, I don't see a way to put off talking about that. It'll be better for us to just get it over with, I'm sure.
Alright, Miho. You can do this.
Staring into the bathroom mirror, I try to believe myself. I know that what Juliet said is all true about our friendship not having to change or there being any bad feelings. I'm just not looking forward to telling Aspen in the first place. It won't be the first time that I've hurt Aspen somehow, but it's the first time where I've planned it out in advance and known that it's going to happen. Still, I know that fixating on it and dreading it will make me feel worse. After moping around for a bit longer, I head down to the kitchen.
Good morning, Miho.
Morning!
At least Juliet seems to be in a good mood. I try to make myself sound chipper too. Even though it's just the two of us today, Juliet worked as hard as always on breakfast. There's the usual assortment of fruit, eggs, and toast all laid out on the table.
Thanks for the food.
Of course. Do dig in.
Don't mind if I do.
You're so funny, W pajamas, that's just Miho's everyday fit. Her pajamas are actually cute, it's like a little black nightgown. I eat my meal with as much gusto as I can, although I'm much slower than usual. Juliet went through all the effort to prepare everything, so I don't want to let it go to waste. Eventually, I have to admit defeat and sit down my fork with a lot of food unfinished.
Everything okay?
Yeah, it's all great. I'm just not super hungry right now.
Oh, yes. Understandable. I'm sorry, I should have asked before preparing so much.
Nah, it's fine. Thanks for cooking.
Dude, when we project Aspen, I'm gonna cry. Also, Aspen sounds like Aspen. It's Aspen.
Don't worry. As long as you enjoyed it, I certainly can't complain.
I sure did. It doesn't look like you're all that hungry either, though.
Me? What makes you say that?
I point at the half-eaten bread on her plate.
You had even less than I did.
Juliet looks down as if surprised to see what's there. Who are you going to not reject? I don't know, because, like, I feel like my character likes Aspen more. I personally like Juliet more, but it's obvious that, like, Miho doesn't, like, feel that love or attraction yet. So that's why I'm rejecting Aspen now. I genuinely thought Juliet was going to make a move last night, but Juliet is too mature to do that. But that's why I love Juliet. I don't know. What if I go for, like, incel ending?
Well, I suppose you're right.
Or do I have to pick one of them?
To tell you the truth, most food tastes the same to me, essentially flavorless. I enjoy the ceremony of sharing a meal with friends much more than the meal itself.
You can't taste anything? Why not?
It's another one of the downsides of vampirism. I can still eat and drink if I want to, but I don't need to.
Even tea?
Even tea, to an extent. Although I can't enjoy the flavor, I do still enjoy its aroma. And that was one of my favorite parts about tea, even as a human.
Whoa. You're really good at cooking for not being able to try it.
What if it's garlic flavored tea? That's why Juliet is the one cooking the meal. She can't trust anybody else.
Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Cosette was often my taste tester. Once I found a way of preparing something she enjoyed, it was simply a matter of committing the recipe to memory.
She definitely had good taste then. I can't imagine not being able to enjoy food. It used to be one of the only things I enjoyed.
It is quite unfortunate. Had I known what it would be like before I turned, I would have made more of an effort to sample cuisine from around the world while I could.
Were there other things that were different for you then?
Oh yes, almost everything. Those faculties that I do retain, such as my eyesight and hearing, are far keener than they were as a human. to say nothing of the ability to transform. I suppose it must be like that for you as well, compared to your days as a fox.
Yeah, that's true. But I can always turn back into a fox when I want to.
You are quite fortunate in that regard. Taking wing as a bat can be exhilarating, but it's not... familiar.
Oh yeah, because if you're a vampire, you were a human first. Your streamers are getting cancelled. I'm not gonna comment on any drama or accusations. But support who you want to support, and never support crimes. Also, the Streamer Awards nominations opened up, guys. Do you know what I'm talking about? There are several things that have happened in the past, like, weeks. So, I do not have a dog in the fight. But don't support people who do crimes. And then, in turn, I think it's really shitty whenever people are criticized for doing things that are less than a crime. Or when those who do crimes don't get as much ridicule or criticism. That's my take. I'm a fence sitter. No, I'm kidding. Also, it's important to remember that, like, the online space is still fairly niche. Like, that's not what the general public will think. I meant Cutie. I can understand why she got criticism for that, but, like, people online, you need to be realistic. Because a take that I've always had, I side with Cutie. That this is the only thing I'll say, because, like, this is obviously not a crime. Wait, I'm turning my face cam off. It's obviously not a crime. You have to think pragmatically and realistically. Those who have, like, hatred, that is a learned behavior. That is a learned perspective. Meaning, if somebody can be taught that, they can always be untaught that. Obviously, you can't instantly make somebody change their perspective. And if you are an individual who, like, is oppressed, obviously that's your prerogative to maintain connections with somebody or be friends with them. But if everybody truly cut off those that they don't fully agree with, you would be alone too. The best way to change somebody's mind is to form a direct connection and then humanize and empathize with that individual and then also with the oppressed group. Because when you isolate people even further, it's just going to validate their mindset. This goes, a very good example is like those with like opposing political beliefs. If you ostracize them further without educating or trying to change their mind, that's not going to help. So I side with her on it. This is something I've always thought. It's kind of like how I joke saying like, oh, I need to date a fascist. It's not, that's not objectively true. I don't genuinely think that. But there's nuance to everything. You can't fully cut off somebody because you don't agree with them on everything. And yes, identity or politics is a bigger thing to disagree on. But it's still something that people can change their perspective on. That's my opinion. Because an example I have, one of my friends that I still talk to occasionally, they were very right-leaning. And I've known them for, since I was a teenager. And I've talked with them off and on. And in talking to them, they've heard my stories, they've heard anecdotal stories, and they have changed their mind on certain things. Yes, it took years for that to change. And obviously it's different because it's not like they have like social media or like celebrity status. where they could preach any hateful rhetoric. But people can change their perspectives, and that's the important part. Anyway, that's my opinion. W cutie. I think it's also because, like, in online spaces, so many people think only in black and white, where they fail to consider the nuance. That's why, like, as an individual, you should truly only prioritize what you and your immediate circle thinks, not the potential thousands of people online. Obviously, crimes is different. And going back to what I said earlier, people seem to ostracize and criticize people who don't do fucking crimes more than those who do crimes. And there seems to be more outward support and vocal support towards those who do crimes. So, yes, you can say it's like a fence-sitter thing to do, but I think it's a more human perspective. My immediate family is enough work. Yeah. That's why I've never been, like, somebody online to, like, comment on shit or be an instigator, because it's like, it's not helpful. In the same way that I don't care about what people online think of me to an extent, that's probably how the celebrity feels too. They have to prioritize their own perspective. Otherwise, if you consider hundreds of thousands of people's perspective, you will genuinely go, like, crazy. And also, like, humans, we weren't designed for that. We weren't designed to have this level of, like, influence. Unless you were, like, a political figure. That was also, like, a man-made structure. So anyway, I side with cutie. W cutie. Also, no drama. Lock in chat.
Do you like being a vampire? Would you go back to being a human if you could?
That's a difficult question to answer. Even if I were to somehow revert to normal humanity right now, I wouldn't be the same person I was before I became a vampire. That was a lifetime ago. Several, in fact. Who I am now isn't even who I was when I first changed. I appreciate the many chances that I've had to learn and grow. Without the gift of immortality, that wouldn't have happened.
I would go back to being a human for Olive Garden's garlic breadsticks. Oh my god, me too. Me too.
Nor would I have met any of the people whom I care about most. You, Cosette, Aspen. I'd have died centuries too early for our paths to ever cross.
I do wonder how Aspen and Juliet became friends.
Naturally, I wouldn't trade that for the world, for anything. But I confess that I do miss the simplicity of human life. The very things that Aspen fears most are some of what I most regret leaving behind. A temporary existence pushes you to achieve all that you can within the time given to you. Your triumphs and victories are sweeter, just as tragedy may be deeper, for their impermanent finality. I suppose I would have to say that it's equal parts blessing and curse.
I was gonna say the same theme is just like insert this game title, but then I realized it's a huge spoiler, so I'm not gonna say the game title. Sorry.
Presented with a choice to somehow go back and stop myself from being turned, I would decline.
Oh, so she's fine with being vampires.
There are truths that can only be learned with experience and age. So, in that sense, perhaps it would be futile, even if it were possible.
With a sigh, she gives me a sheepish smile.
That was rather long-winded of me, wasn't it? To answer your question more directly, no, I wouldn't go back. There's a part of me that will always want to, though.
I get it. Sounds like there are even more differences between Fable like us and humans than I thought.
In some ways, yes.
So, like, yes, we could date Aspen, but then Aspen's gonna die. So then it brings up the thought of, is it better to have loved than have lost? But I don't think Miho loves Aspen. Nodding, I idly push around some of the leftover food on my plate with a fork. It went cold a long time ago.
Thanks for saying all that. It makes me feel better about... you know, like I'm making the right decision.
It's my pleasure. I'm glad that I could be of some help.
I wish I could delay having the conversation with Aspen, but there's only a couple more hours until I would have to see her anyway. At least long enough for her to not forget me. She took a late bus there and an early bus back just for that, meaning her visit with her family hardly lasted any time at all. I feel a twinge of guilt, because Aspen basically had to plan her life around seeing me, even though there's nothing I can do about that. Rising to my feet, I gather up both my dishes and Juliet's and take them to the sink, dumping the leftovers in the trash on my way.
Thank you, Miho.
No problem. Are you going to bed?
Indeed. Unless you'd prefer for me to wait with you.
I wouldn't mind, but it's okay. You don't have to stay up for my sake. I'm probably just going to watch TV or something until she gets here.
I wonder how many people end up together that don't love each other. Like, I don't date anyone unless I like them, but apparently other people do. We touched on this earlier, but I think the kind of dynamic to where you like them and then you pursue, that's when you go from, like, friends to lovers, right? I think it's a totally different dynamic if you're, like, casually dating in the sense of, like, you're asking somebody out based on, like, a first impression or just looks. I think it's fine to date that way, but that's because if you as the person value attraction more than emotional, which is like the standard or default, you could say. But I think since humans are such like advanced creatures, like in terms of our brain and our ability to like think and be introspective, I think it kind of makes sense for people to like one's own humanity over like physical attraction. Sorry, there's a scuff on my laptop and it's bothering me. So, like, if you're the type who needs to, like, genuinely, emotionally like someone before dating, like, just do more activities. Do clubs. Spend money. No, I'm kidding.
All right, if you're sure. As always, you're welcome to wake me should the need arise.
If you're actually asleep next time, you were already awake when I knocked yesterday.
True, although that was something of an anomaly. Still, whether I'm awake or not, don't hesitate if you need anything.
Will do. Night!
Have a good day, Miho. I'll see you this evening.
I finish cleaning up as Juliet heads to her room. After wiping my hands dry, I flick off the lights to go to my own room. The TV crackles to life when I switch it on, and I take my usual spot on the floor with my back against the bed. Flipping from channel to channel, I look for a cartoon or something that I can watch without having to think too hard about it. Preferably something without a romantic subplot, as hard as that is to find. It's not that I mind those most of the time, but right now I'm not in the mood. I end up settling for an animated movie about a girl who can turn into a seal, and her brother's quest to rescue her. As I'd hoped, watching shows does take my mind off things. It also makes time pass by way too fast. Oh, I thought we missed her bus. Oh my goodness. At some point when I check the clock, I see that it's almost time for Aspen's bus to arrive. The stomach-cramping feeling of anxiety starts to kick in. I take some deep breaths and drink a glass of water to stifle it.
It's no big deal, you dummy. You're just making this worse for yourself. She'll be sad, but she'll get over it.
Also controversial, if you confess to somebody and like they say no, it's not that bad. It's best for you to like know that they don't reciprocate your feelings and then you move on. Like a crush means nothing if there's no established relationship. Romantic relationship, I must say. Around the time that the bus should be pulling around the station, I go downstairs to wait. My practice books for reading and writing are tucked away at the front desk, where I retrieve them and sit down. My eyes go over the same line a dozen of times without really processing what I'm seeing. It's frustrating because it's not like my thoughts are occupied with something more important. Instead, it's like there's an alarm bell ringing in my head, as unhelpful and oh my god. And I'm glitching. An unhelpful reminder that I'm not looking forward to what's going to happen without contributing anything useful. But then I have to change the world I built with them in my head if they say no. You need to stop ruminating. You can't just imagine so much of a future when there's no building blocks for said future. You can entertain those thoughts, but like if they're not gonna happen, you gotta stop. I grit my teeth and try to power through it, forcing my hands and eyes to cooperate. I manage to slowly make my way through the worksheet in front of me, but not without glancing at the front door every couple minutes. When I finish, I'm not sure I actually got anything out of it. With every minute that ticks by, I get a little antsier. I wait. And wait. And wait. 45 minutes after a bus should have arrived, I get up and pour myself another glass of water, just to do something.
She sure is taking her time.
Dude, what if she died? I should probably be more patient. It's a long walk from her apartment to here, and she probably wanted to freshen up after the long ride. Sighing, I take my seat, spinning circles in the chair. A minute later, I stand up again and pace around, browsing the books in the library shelves as if I'm interested in them at all. Before I know it, an hour has passed since I came downstairs, since Aspen got back to Wellington. I head back to the desk and pull out another writing worksheet. With a couple of weeks of practice behind me now, I can write almost all the letters from memory, just not very legibly. It takes all my concentration, but when I get to the end of this one, I'm pretty proud of the results. Somehow it took me almost 15 minutes to go through both sides. That explains why my hand is so sore. But it doesn't explain why Aspen's still not here. An hour I would have been gone. I'm working! And like, we didn't establish if Aspen was gonna come here or I was gonna meet at her apartment. So I think it's kind of my fault.
Maybe I should go find her.
No, you stay here. If she's looking for you, she would look here first. She'll probably be following the same path we took to get to the station yesterday. It goes right by her home, after all. It's early enough that if I hurry, I could get to the station and back with time to spare, in case she doesn't take a different route. In case she does take a different route and get to the library while I'm gone. Plus, I could write her a note. I grab one of the pads of sticky notes that Julia keeps at the desk, gripping my pencil so tightly that it hurts. But I need to be as precise as I can, or else Aspen won't be even able to read it. Aspen, went to station and your house. Take route you showed me, we'll come back here. It's not the best, but it should work. I wish I was calm enough to be proud. Instead, I just grab a piece of tape and stick the note to the front door as I hurry out. Moving at a brisk pace, I scan both sides of her street as I go, and check every window and open door I can to make sure I don't miss her. I make it to Aspen's apartment and knock loudly, rocking on my heels while I wait. The door never opens. I try to peek in her window, but the blinds are shut and the curtains are drawn. Still, it doesn't look like there are any lights on inside. My worry starts to morph into panic. It's possible she already came home, dropped off her bags, turned the lights back off and left. But then why didn't I pass her on the way? Just to be sure, I hurry the rest of the short trip to the station, but don't see any trace of Aspen. Flat out running instead of jogging, I rush back the way I came. But instead of staying on that one route, I also try side streets, weaving back and forth between the main path and the others. None of them have her, and I reach the library breathless and alone. My note's still there where I left it. I push the door open, hoping against hope that she's waiting for me inside. Oh no. She isn't, but Juliet is there, standing behind the front desk.
Oh, Miho. I was wondering where you'd gone. I saw these sheets that you left out.
Aspen still isn't back yet!
Oh no. I can't hold back from blurting out the bad news. There's no time to waste. Juliet's eyes instantly go wide with alarm, and her mouth drops open in shock for a brief second before she composes herself.
I see. Wait here. I'll try to call her.
Oh yeah, and she doesn't have reception, like, on the bus. While she rushes off, I push the door back open and scan the horizon, looking for a glint of Aspen's glasses in the sun, or her hat bouncing while she walks. Nothing. Juliet returns with the phone in her hands, and it looks weirdly out of place. She calls Aspen and then puts it on speaker. We both wait with bated breath.
Hello, you've reached Aspen. If you're a publishing agent or editor, then please...
Juliet cuts off the voicemail message just like I cut her off a moment ago.
I didn't even hear it ring!
Yeah, she has no signal.
It didn't. That means that for whatever reason, she can't receive calls right now.
Whatever reason? Like what?
Most likely, her phone is dead. Or she's somewhere without reception.
I see Juliet's face fall as we both make the same connection.
Yesterday, before we left here.
Yes. She mentioned that she wouldn't have it for most of the journey. But she should have been back in Wellington a long time ago, correct?
Yeah, at least 2 hours ago.
How much longer do you have left?
About an hour.
An hour? My voice cracks as I say it.
Just under.
My mouth is dry. I try to swallow the bump in my throat, but it won't go away. She even came home early just to give us extra time. Time that was supposed to be just in case, but not actually needed.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. I was hoping you would know.
Me? I see. Let me think.
I could just wait here at the library where she's bound to turn up eventually. I'm sure she's watching the clock as closely as I am. Wherever she is. On the other hand, I could go out and look for her again. I can move faster than she can, and if she's running late, then the time saved by going to where she is could make all the difference.
Okay. Here.
I look up at Juliet, hoping she has the solution.
Take my phone. Go try to find her. Make sure you can get back here in time. If she arrives before you find her, we'll call you.
Okay, so if she has no service, that means she's probably on the bus, which was late, because there was a massive accident, which she dodged. So if I have the phone, it makes sense, because then we could just be like, call us when you get to town, and then we can meet up.
Okay.
Juliet quickly shows me how to use the phone and pocket it, making sure it won't fall out. I was like, oh yeah, I probably don't know how to use the phone. Her plan just combined both of mine. It's a good compromise, but it still comes down to luck. I guess there's no way around it. Not every problem has a perfect solution. There's nothing else to say, and less time to say it, so I hurry back outside without another word. Wait! Game theory. So, Aspen knew that she was going to confess to me. What if Aspen was like, I don't think the confession is going to be a yes. I'm going to spend more than 24 hours to get back to town so I can pretend I forgot her. Oh my god. I think that's it. That's my cynical thought. Is there Poker Rogue on Sundays? No, we just do Poker Rogues on short streams, but today could be a subathon, because we're not even halfway through the game. Aspen is not an animal, she's a human. That would be L manipulation? Dude, I know. I know. It would be horrible. But also so smart to do. I've barely gotten my breath back from running all the way to the library, but I forced myself to run again. I have to cover as much ground as possible, as fast as possible. I check the Bell House, but she's not there. When I get to her apartment, it's just the same as I left it, same as the bus station. I turn around, about to start the trip back when I spot someone waving at me from nearby.
Hey, miss. You okay? I saw you run by here a while ago.
I'm looking for someone. A friend who should have been here by now.
On one of the buses? You sure they weren't on the one that broke down?
Oh no!
The what?
Yeah, heard some other folks who were here talking about it.
No,
Guess it broke down on the way
no.
back and the replacement's taking forever. They were getting pissed because it was gonna make them late. Couldn't tell you which bus it was, but you could probably find out. Where were they coming from?
Oh, I don't know where they're coming from.
I don't know the name of the town. It's a few hours away.
Well, that doesn't exactly narrow it down, but it matches up, I think. The guys who are waiting were packed for a long trip, so it must be one of those distance lines.
Thanks.
Oh no. I stumble as I turn back around, my legs shaking like jelly. There's no way it isn't Aspen's bus. All the details line up so perfectly and terribly. My only hope is to wait here at the station and hope that the replacement arrives in time. Mechanically, I dial Aspen's phone over and over, hanging up and redialing whenever her recorded voice starts to play. At some point, I stop trying. As the minutes tick down, I feel increasingly sick, with the burning pressure of tears in my eyes. Oh no, it's evening now. Just take an Uber! Take an Uber! Like, take the L, pay the $200 for an Uber, get back home. When I do finally hear the rumbling sound of an approaching vehicle, I can barely believe it. Lifting my face from my hands, I watch with my heart in my throat as a bus turns the corner and pulls into the station. This has to be her bus. It has to be. Unable to move, I just watch as the line of passengers slowly disembark. My eyes stay glued to the door until the line finally stops. There's a line of waiting people, including the person who talked to me begins to board. The bus takes off a minute later, without Aspen. I collapse back onto the bench, barely repressing a sob. Oh no. Why? Why is this happening? For the final few minutes, I stare at the phone, open to Aspen's info. Along with her phone number, there's a picture of her sitting at the kitchen table. It's a little out of focus, but she's smiling. I look at the picture rather than the time, as minutes become seconds, and then seconds become nothing. A full 24 hours have passed, and Aspen never returned. Everything I was feeling melts into numbness. It seems like I should feel something. A chill or ache or some indication that it's over. I've been forgotten. Of course there isn't one. I've been forgotten a million times before. It just never mattered. Oh my goodness. Is my game theory correct? Even now, it doesn't feel real. Just a few hours ago, I was worrying over Aspen for entirely different reasons. I rise and I slowly return to the library. I don't run. I don't look in the windows. I don't try calling. My sticky note is still on the front door when I get back, and I tuck it down, stuffing it in my pocket as I trudge inside. Oh no. Juliet stands up from the desk as I walk in. Alone. I see her face shift as she realizes. The door slams shut behind me, no one else stepping in.
Oh, Miho. I'm so sorry.
Here's your phone. Thanks for letting me borrow it.
I set it down on the desk and then stand there, not sure what to do next.
Perhaps it's not exactly 24 hours. Perhaps there's some leeway and she'll still get here in time.
Yeah, maybe. There was a bus that broke down, I guess. It must be hers. Someone at the station told me.
In time for what? So one of the key details with my ability to transform, one of the stipulations is that in order for people to remember me, they have to see me once every 24 hours. So if I don't see somebody every single day, they forget about me, but I don't forget them. For once, Juliet seems to be at a total loss for words. She just nods stiffly at my explanation. I thought this was going to be a cute game. I sit down on one of the chairs near Juliet, staring at the floor. The alarm bell in my head is mercilessly silent. Faintly, it occurs to me that this must be what they call shock. Wait! Game theory. there have been several times where Aspen has like taken notes when she and Miho have been talking. I think Aspen has been taking super detailed notes about my existence. That way, if Aspen somehow didn't see me every day, she would still remember me when she read over her notes. Oh my god, it's like 50 first dates. We sit there until there's noise outside the door, catching both me and Juliet's attention. Slowly, the library door opens and Aspen enters, looking worn out. Her hair is frazzled and looks like she's been running or crying, or both. She shuts the door gently behind her. Like, I don't know if they're gonna show that she forgot or remembered everything, but like, how sad would it be to like realize that you forgot how much you love someone? Oh my god. Julia and I both stand up from the desk at the same time.
Aspen, you're back.
I can't bring myself to say anything, only to stand there and wait. As the feeling of dread and anticipation return, I realize that I've held onto some hope after all.
Yes, I'm back. God, I know I'm late. It was ridiculous. Our bus broke down and the replacement didn't arrive for hours. We weren't even that far from Welly when it happened. Simply unbelievable.
You could have just got an Uber! Notice how she's not acknowledging me. Aspen reaches up to adjust her hat and glasses and holds up her phone with a smile.
I saw all the missed calls from you once I got back to the station, but it was so late, I thought it would just be easier to come straight here instead. So, sorry to keep you both waiting, Juliet.
Both? Walking past Juliet, Aspen comes to where I'm standing, her eyes glued to the floor. She stops in front of me and slowly looks up. She was definitely crying.
And you must be Miho.
No, she didn't forget me! Oh, no! Oh my god! Dude, that is so sad. No, genuinely, why didn't she take an Uber? Do they not have Uber in New Zealand? Oh no. I mean, I guess that is kind of like the best outcome. Because if she forgot all of our... No, I think they keep the memories. They just forget the person. Oh my god. Because I was like, there's no way that I'm going to confess to one of them this quickly into the game. There's 2 chapters left. It is quite sad. Because, like, imagine if Miho did love Aspen, and then Aspen just forgets everything. I do think that Aspen, like, kept notes about me, because she's like, oh, and you're Miho. She must have kept it, like, written in her little journal that she, like, read on the bus. Oh my god. That was a long chapter. So much happened in that chapter. I've noticed a lot with visual novel games, like, the pacing is so wild. Like, some chapters are short, some are so long. This one had a lot of backstory. A lot of, like, emotional turmoil. Emotional damage. But dang, that was chapter 3 of Please Be Happy. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe. You can watch these on Twitch. You can watch videos early on Twitch, twitch.tv/peacein_17. Go follow right now. But thank you for watching. Stay tuned for chapter 4, Matters of the Heart. I'll see you in the next one. Peace out. If you forget your memories, do you still love the person? That's what isn't, like, fully explained yet. But, like, it was kind of implied when we talked to the divorced parents that they know, like, something happened, but they don't remember the person. So I think probably Aspen remembers loving someone, just not realizing that it's me off the jump. Oh my god. Dude, I can't. I can't. Let's see, we're 4 hours in. I know who I like at first sight, and then they do things to make me not like them, like smoking. Do you believe in love at first sight, Smile? I don't. Dude, I need a minute from that. Holy fuck. Also, chat, submit to our survey for this year's Halloween special. It will be tomorrow evening. Tell me your scary stories. Link is in the pin chat. You don't? Yeah, I think it's fake. I also think love isn't real. No, I'm kidding. I'm debating on if I should take my lunch break. I don't know if we can beat this game today. Dude, if chapter 3 was 5 hours... I'll get through as much time, or I get through as much as I have time for today. It is 1:15 for me. But doing VA for more than like 6 hours is not smart. We'll get through as much of chapter 4 as we can today, depending like how long it is. Because chapter 3 was 5 hours total. Should I, if we're at 4 hours, should I take my lunch break? I'm not like hungry, but I should eat. If I take my lunch break now, then I gotta eat. Yeah, I'll take my lunch now. Smile. So chat, you guys know if we do longer streams, I have to take my union break. So let's put on a little YouTube video. Today I'm gonna be doing... Oh my god, shut up. No, I said that to me, not you. What's a banger piece in video? Oh, you guys want to see scary stories from last year? Really? Oh, that's so loud. To get you guys hyped for this year? Great minds think alike. I know. I stream Pokemon, hashtag self-promo. How do I ban you? No, I'm kidding. YouTube time. Oh, I put you guys in right here. Okay, I'll hide these. Oops. Oh, how do I ungroup? There, I'll put you guys here. Is that a real photo? Yeah. I will not confirm nor deny, but I might use that photo again. I don't know if I was there last year. Yeah, you weren't as dedicated. You also had a job. I'm sorry, I need to stop. Okay, chat. I'm gonna go heat up my lunch. I'm taking my union lunch break. I believe in streamers' rights and streamers' wrongs. Lunch break. Hashtag streamers' rights. Okay, so I'll be back in a bit. Wait, did I run the ad? Oh my god, I didn't. Screw the non-subs. Get some water, get a snack. It's our lunch break time. Emote only chat until I get back. Yeah, I've had my lunch. I took my break. So, if you like those videos, consider subscribing to the highlight channel. Let's get back to work. Okay, let's lock in. Dude, I am not ready for this. Well, guys, welcome back to Peace and Please Be Happy. I'm not very happy right now. We're going to be starting Chapter 4. Chapter 3 was a lot. We discovered the identity of my human, Jongin. We also discovered that he's dead. Surprisingly. Who would have thought? 1600s? Also, Aspen confessed to us, and then she left, and now she forgot us. And we're jumping right into it with Chapter 4, Matters of the Heart. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe. You can also follow my Twitch, twitch.tv/peacein_17 to watch these videos early. Let's go ahead and get started. It's twice now that I've lost someone dear to me. Although Aspen is still alive and I see her every day, her loss feels more painful than Jongin. It's been a few days since Aspen lost her memories of me. She's been here like usual every day since then. And we both try to pretend that nothing ever happened. But everyone, including Juliet, knows that it'll never be the same. Whenever Aspen and I talk, I can tell. Whenever I mention something that she can't remember, it stings all over again. Even when she's sitting right beside me, Aspen seems further away than ever. I doubt she remembers what she said to me before leaving. She hasn't mentioned it at all, and so neither have I. Not needing to have that difficult conversation was a relief, but not nearly enough to make up for losing everything else. If I could pick up one or the other, I'd choose the conversation over Aspen forgetting me every time. Damn, dude, I can't. I do kind of think that this is what has been planned to happen. I'm sitting in the kitchen in my usual spot, next to where Aspen sits at breakfast, but my ears perk up at Juliet's approach. Although she can walk without making a sound, even better than I can, I developed some sort of sixth sense for detecting her.
You're up early.
I don't look up from the cup of cold tea that my hands are wrapped around, although it's been at least an hour since I last took a sip.
I think it's later than you imagine. Just past 8.
Oops. I must have lost track of time.
I sat down here after closing the library for the day, just intending to collect my thoughts for a couple of minutes. I guess it turned out to be more than a couple. Taking a seat across from me, Juliet also has a cup of tea. Hers is still fresh, warm, and steaming.
It's understandable. You surely have a lot on your mind. Anything you'd like to talk about?
You already know everything.
Not quite everything. How do you feel?
I stare into the mug, aware that Juliet's looking at me. For some reason, I don't have the strength to meet her eyes.
Sad. Even though I know I shouldn't be.
Oh heavens, why ever would you think that?
Because I knew this was gonna happen someday, sooner or later. It just turned out to be sooner.
What do you mean?
Shrugging, I finally look up. Worry creases Juliet's face, so I stare at the wall just behind her. I don't want to see someone else feeling bad on my behalf right now.
I mean, it was always going to happen. Aspen was always going to forget me someday. There's no way I could see her every day for the rest of her life, right? That's the other thing, too. She's a human, so eventually she'll...
I trail off, not wanting to say the words out loud, and knowing that Juliet would get what I mean. Sure enough, she nods sagely.
She will.
Death used to be such a distant concept for me. Just a boogeyman to be afraid of but not worry about too much on a daily basis. But now it's all become too real. In the case of Jung-in, now when it comes to Aspen, it's hard not to think about how that will be her fate too someday. Even if she hadn't forgotten me, and no matter what I might have said in response to her confession, the eventual end would be the same. I can't help but picture Juliet's own pain and anguish at Cosette's grave, even all these years after she passed away.
So if it was gonna happen anyway, then what's the point? Why bother? I'm just going to get hurt again and again. Someday, even you'll also...
Forever is just as Forever is just as difficult with someone else who's immortal. Maybe even harder. No matter how many years may pass, it'll still only take one day for everything to be undone.
Oh, Miho.
She reaches across the table and lays her hand on top of mine, still clutching tightly to my drink. Her fingers are soft and cool, but they look awkward against mine, like she doesn't know what to do with them. I don't know what to do with them either.
I wish I could tell you otherwise. But you're right that some kind of pain is inevitable when it comes to those we love. That's the trade-off for the joy they bring to us while they're with us. The pain exists because we had something to lose. Despite the heartache, I wouldn't trade my time with Cosette for anything.
It's different for me, though. Because I can lose the same person over and over.
Yeah, it's totally different.
What about the next time Aspen forgets me? Or if there's a time after that? Maybe it's better to just...
I shake my head and cut myself off, because I know I really will start crying if I go much further. Although Aspen and I have already been rebuilding our friendship, part of me wonders if it's worth it. Do I really want to make myself go through it all again? I know the answer is yes. I'm already doing it. But it's tough to justify to myself. Sighing deeply, I unwrap my fingers from the cup, sliding my hand out from beneath Juliet's as well. I study her hand, still on the table. Despite her age, her skin remains perfect and unblemished. All her scars must be on the inside instead.
Thanks for listening to me. And sorry for being such a bummer. I'll be back to normal in a day or two.
There's no need to apologize. I can only imagine how you must feel. Take all the time that you need. You don't have to force yourself.
Yeah, I know. But thinking about it just makes me feel worse. Besides, Aspen and I are still friends. Or I guess, friends again. I can't change what happened, so I may as well just do the best I can now.
That's true. Still, don't ever hesitate if you need someone to talk to, or a shoulder to cry on.
Thanks. I do feel a bit better. I think I'm gonna call it a night, though.
Sleep well, Miho. I'll see you tomorrow.
I'm sure she can tell that I don't entirely mean what I say when I feel better. Still, she does me the courtesy of pretending.
Night.
In a backwards twist of the usual, I head upstairs to my room and leave Juliet behind in the kitchen. As I climb the stairs, I get a glimpse of her still seated at the dining table, across from the cup I forgot to put away. Somehow it feels weird to see her there alone. In my room, I wrap my blanket around myself and lie down. It's earlier than I usually go to bed, but late enough that it's still pretty dark outside. I'm sure I'll be able to fall asleep. Although the day is ending for me, it's just beginning for Juliet. I wonder what she'll do with it. Maybe she's still down at the table, sitting by herself? Isn't that lonely? Then again, I guess she's probably used to it. I'm still new to this whole loneliness thing, but she's pretty much an expert by now. That's kind of sad when I think about it. As I'm lying there, I hear the sound of the front door opening and closing. Sitting up, I look out at the window to see Juliet standing near the porch. Something flaps past my window, and I move closer to see a bat descending towards Juliet. At first, I assume it's one of her friends, the ones who hang in the corner of her study or get fed in the kitchen. But to my shock, the bat changes forms, soon becoming a tall man.
Another vampire.
It's too dark and far away for me to see or hear anything clearly, but I can tell they're having a conversation. I'm tempted to open my window. I'm tempted to open... Oh my god. I'm tempted to open my window, but I'm sure the noise would catch their attention. The two of them only talk for a couple of minutes, and then the other vampire turns back into a bat. I quickly lie down and pretend to be asleep as he passes by just a couple of seconds later. When I sit back up and peer outside again, Juliet's nowhere to be seen. Before long, I start to get tired and crawl under the covers for real. Although I listen for the sound of the front door again, I never hear it, and eventually I fall asleep. Morning. Even though things have changed so much, the morning routine is more or less the same. The three of us chit-chat about our lives and mundane things until we finish eating. After pushing her empty plate away, Aspen leans in.
So, Miho, there's something I've been thinking about.
Huh?
And I understand if this is something you wouldn't even want to consider. But have you ever thought about finding a way to stop your magic?
Oh, what? No. Juliet also turns to look at me, putting me on the spot.
Not that I can remember. That's like asking if you've thought about finding a way to stop your nose from working.
I see. I thought that might be the case.
I'm not sure if I've ever heard of such a thing either. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
I was just thinking about the other day and about how dreadful it all was to go through. Of course, I don't want to speak for Miho. I know it's much more complicated than just that. But I thought I might bring up the idea, at least.
You know what? I think I don't like Aspen. She wants me to change.
You've got a point. Not having to worry about people forgetting me would be a huge relief.
Right. I thought you might agree.
I look at Juliet, expecting her to give an opinion, but she doesn't offer one. It's true that life would be a lot easier without my magic. Well, half true. This life would be easier, but the life I used to lead, I couldn't have survived without it.
Well, it's purely hypothetical right now anyway. For all we know, it might be impossible. So no need to think about it too much.
It's worth thinking about, though.
The only two people who actually remember me are in this room right now. All the other people I've met here in Welly, I couldn't really call them my friends, as much as I've liked spending time with them. Every time we see each other is the first time as far as they're concerned. Maybe that wasn't so bad when I was still on the fence about whether I'd stay in town or not. But now that I've been here a while, long enough to build something worth missing, I wish I wish I could make those connections into something more secure. Even if there's nothing I can do about my magic, I can at least try to figure out a way to maintain friendships with others too, not just Aspen and Juliet.
It couldn't hurt to find out, right? It's not like I have to go through with it or anything if I don't want to.
Exactly. Simply being informed is never a bad idea.
So, does that mean you have an idea?
Well, not quite. But I'd be happy to start doing some research on the topic. If we're going to find anything, it's likely to be in a book. And if there's one thing I'm good at, it's reading.
Good luck with that. Let me know what I can do to help.
I'd be glad to lend a hand as well. Perhaps I could find someone who'd be knowledgeable about Gumiho. Myth and folklore are often at odds with reality, so it can be difficult to discern what's true and what isn't.
Someone who'd know about Gumiho, huh?
One person comes to mind, but I'm not sure how willing she'd be to help. I still haven't mentioned the other Gumiho I met to Aspen and Juliet. In my head, I've started calling her Silver. It just feels wrong somehow. If someone had told other people when I was around, I would have been furious with them. It would have made hiding and stealing a whole lot harder too. So as a fellow Gumiho, I've kept Silver's existence a secret from everyone else so far. For all I know, there could be more than just Silver. There could be a whole community of Gumiho here in Wellington, and I'd have no idea. I don't think that's the case, though. Besides, Silver seems unhappy enough with one intruder on her territory as is. Maybe that's something else I can ask her. I don't know when or where, but somehow, I know I haven't seen the last of her. For now, I just sit back and listen as Aspen and Juliet discuss various books and theories to start with. I feel I should be more involved. It's my magic, after all. But this is one area where I can't really contribute. I can't stay out of it forever and let them take care of me again. I have to try something on my own, too. I can't just refuse to participate in my own future. As it gets closer to time for Aspen to leave, Juliet checks the clock and then stands up.
Off to bed?
Not yet, actually. Would you mind staying just a moment longer, Aspen? I have something I'd like to give Miho. It's somewhat related to what we were just talking about.
Oh, no, I don't mind.
For me? What is it?
You'll see. I'll be right back.
Disappearing upstairs, I hear Juliet enter her study for a moment before returning with a small, nicely wrapped box.
There's no particular occasion, but still, I felt like wrapping it.
Juliet hands me the package, which I take carefully. It's not heavy, but it's not light either. I turn it over and over, examining. I have never had a gift before. Clearing her throat, Aspen seems a little impatient.
Don't just keep us in suspense.
Okay.
I tear off the paper that Juliet so beautifully wrapped the package with, revealing...
Oh. Wow.
It's a phone. One that I recognize.
It's the same as Aspen's.
What a coincidence, right?
I consulted Aspen to make sure I got the same one. I thought it would be best if she can help show you how to use it. I'm a little behind the times on things like devices.
As gently as I can, I open the box and take out the phone itself. It's sleek and shiny and cold to the touch. I hold it in both hands to make sure I don't drop it.
Thank you. Really. This is the nicest thing I've ever owned.
Think nothing of it.
I thought it was going to be a brooch, but why would it be a brooch?
As you have more loved ones and responsibilities, it's important that you be able to stay in touch.
That is true.
In fact, that was what gave me the idea in the first place. Like Aspen, I'd also been thinking about your magic and the ways that it might work. So I wonder, would seeing someone in a video call serve to refresh someone's memory of you? Or is it necessary to see each other in person?
Oh, wait, okay. I didn't think about that.
That's a good question. I don't know.
How do we test that, though?
I can't believe I never thought to ask that before.
Neither Aspen nor I would want to gamble our memories of Miho, in case it turns out not to work. So we need to find someone else to participate in our little experiment. With that in mind, I'm not sure who to ask. It's a harmless trial, but still a bit much to ask of a total stranger.
Someone willing to try something weird without hesitation. I'll text Lena.
Yeah, I was gonna say Lena. While Aspen does that, I stare at the device in my hands. Could something so small really solve so many of my problems? It wouldn't be a perfect solution, but it'll work a lot better than nothing if it works. Even if not, I won't let that change... Even if not, I won't let that change my earlier decision to find some way to be remembered by the people I've met. Just like researching my magic, I can't leave everything to someone else or hope for an easy way out.
All right, Lena says she's willing to give it a go. I told her I'd explain more when I saw her. Usually you'd think those would happen in the other order, but this is Lena we're talking about.
Miho, would you like to come down to the Bell House to see her with me now?
Sure. As long as Juliet doesn't mind me leaving the library.
By all means. I'm eager to see if this works as well.
So it's settled then. Shall we be off, Miho?
Lena's waiting for us outside the Bell House when we arrive.
Morning, boss!
Hey, Lena.
Wait, am I actually her boss, though?
So, you're the person with the weird memory thing, right?
She's like 50 first dates?
Yep, that's me.
I've already introduced myself to Lena more times than I can count. Still, what's one more? This will be a great start to my new goal of making sure that other people I've gotten to know don't keep forgetting me.
I'm Miho. We've met before, actually. At tennis and at the Bell House and a few other times, too.
Ah, okay. Makes sense to me. So how do we do this?
Really? That's it?
What you mean?
I would have thought you'd take more convincing than that. I guess I'm not surprised, but...
Nah, it lines up. I remember doing all those things that Miho mentioned, but I couldn't think of who I was with. Now I can stop trying to remember that and devote that brain power to something else.
I think I love Lena.
Yes, well, I'm sure you'll need it. So, let's see.
I just need to get Miho's number, right? And then video call her tonight?
Right. Any time should be fine as long as it's before this time tomorrow. Miho can come with me again in the morning, and we'll see if you know who she is.
You got it! I'll try extra hard to remember her.
I'm not sure it works like that, unfortunately. I wish it were that simple.
Maybe it is, and you just didn't try hard enough.
Placing a finger on either temple, Lena closes her eyes and hums deeply.
Does that help?
Shh, don't interrupt!
Lena hums for a little longer and then opens her eyes with a wink and a thumbs up.
Okay, got it! Of course it helps. It's my secret technique.
Whoa! If it works, then maybe you can teach Aspen too!
I think I'm all right, actually.
But what if it's really useful?
That's a very big if.
Whatever. You'll see tomorrow when I remember all of this. Anyway, Miho, what's your number?
It's,
I pull out the phone that Juliet gave me, inspecting it closely.
I'm not sure where it is.
Shouldn't it be written somewhere? I look around the edges trying to find anything that seems fitting.
Let's do this instead. Miho, may I see your phone?
I hand the device to Aspen, who swipes one finger up and begins to quickly tap the screen.
Whoa, you're a pro at this. Juliet's a lot slower whenever she uses hers.
I'm not sure that Juliet's the right standard. She still prefers a landline when she can. Okay, here. I saved Lena's number for you, Miho. Now you can call her so she can save your number.
Right. Okay, let's see.
Taking my phone back, I should remember how to do that. Lena comes and watches from behind Aspen.
New phone?
Moving away, Aspen brushes imaginary dirt off her shoulder.
You're in my bubble.
Pop? That's the same kind Aspen has, right?
Yup! This is the first phone I've owned.
Wow, really? So then how do you check Triller or Space Face?
What are those?
Stumbling backwards, Lena seems like she's at a loss for words, which might be a first for her. I guess she does have something in common with Aspen.
Wow, you really do have a lot of catching up to do. I'll help you get set up when I call you. It's like, you can't not have a Triller, even though it's terrible, I hate it, but you have to have it. Space Phase, I don't know about. Everyone you...
Okay, I think that's enough, Lena.
Everyone's so rude to Lena. She's just yapping. Let her yap.
Oh, you never let me finish talking!
You never would finish talking if I didn't stop you.
That's not true!
For a second, Lena seems pretty serious, but then she thinks about it for a second.
Well, maybe a little. But just a little. Anyway, it's fine. I'll tell Miho when I talk to her tonight. See you guys later!
I'm going to be in there with you in like 2 minutes.
That's later, isn't it?
Lena flaps her wings proudly as she walks into the Bell House.
You let her win, huh?
Aspen sighs.
Sometimes it's better to just let her go. But I'm glad she said she'd help out. She's a mess, but she sticks to her word at least.
You two seem pretty close.
Do we? We started working here at the same time, so we spent a lot of time together. You've spent more time with her outside the Bell House than I have, though. She can be a lot, but she comes through when it matters. Like with this.
I knew before messaging her that she'd be willing to help out. It's just how she is.
Don't you dare tell her I said that, though.
Stepping towards the Bell House door, Aspen turns to say goodbye to me.
Well then, see you later, miho.
Yeah. Bye, Aspen.
Aspen walks inside the Bell House as I wave goodbye, and then I head off. Nighttime. It's almost bedtime when my phone finally buzzes, startling me and almost making me drop my phone on my face. Lena's name pops up and I tap what I hope is the right button.
Hello? Miho? Can you hear me? It's Lena.
Her face fills the screen, making it pretty easy to see who it is. I wiggle the phone around trying to make it point at my face. Problem is, it's reversed, so I keep confusing myself. How does Aspen use this thing so much?
Hi! I see you! Can you see me?
Yep. Hi!
She waves at the camera with her free hand. I have to sit up to do the same thing.
Thanks for calling. This is gonna be a big help.
No, yeah, no problem. Sorry I've forgotten you so many times. I know I'd be totally upset if people couldn't remember who I was. It's like, hello? How can you forget me?
Yeah, how could we forget Lena?
It's alright. I'm pretty used to it by now.
Yeah, but still, it's gotta suck. I've got an idea, though. I'll just call you like this every night, and that way I won't forget you, right?
Do we want that, though?
If this works out, I mean.
Yeah. If it works. I really hope it does. Still, every night...
Even if the phone makes it a lot easier, that's a lot of phone calls to make. Forever. Funny how the word keeps getting in my way.
Yeah, it's no big deal, though. I mean, I'm always on my phone before I go to bed anyway, so I can just make calling you part of my routine, like brushing my teeth and stretching. Ever since I quit ballet, I have more free time, so I can fit it in. That way I won't forget to do it. That would be kind of funny if I did, though. Not like funny, but funny like ironic. I think that's how you use that word. Aspen always tells me I'm wrong, though. Actually, speaking of Aspen...
Lena goes on to tell me a story about work today, which turns into a story from work the day before. She goes on like that for a while. I try to smile and laugh when it seems appropriate, but my arm is starting to get sore from holding out my phone like this. Finally, she runs out of steam and yawns, switching into sleepy mode in seconds.
Anyway, I just thought that was funny. I'm gonna go to bed now. I'm super tired. You're coming to the Bell House in the morning, right?
Yup. I'll be there with Aspen.
Okay, see you soon then. I hope. Well, I'll see you either way. But I hope I remember you. Sorry if I don't.
That's fine. Thanks for trying. Good night.
I try to figure out how to hang up, my finger hovering over the screen like I'm about to squish a bug. Fortunately, Lena does it first, and that ends the call for both of us. I lay back in bed with my phone in my hand. It isn't heavy, but it's definitely a big deal. If this works out with Lena tomorrow, it could change everything for me, again. I'm not sure if Lena really thought about what she was getting into when she said she'd call me every day. Same goes for Aspen and Juliet, of course. I'm sure all of them mean it when they promise, but those are really hard promises to keep, no matter who's making them. Even though they're all willing to go through so much trouble for me. Odds are at some point at least one of them will eventually miss a day, and that'll be that. No second chances. Even if we started over, it would never be exactly the same. With my other hand, the one that isn't holding the phone, I reach up and grab my necklace, feeling the warmth of my bead. It's been a big pain lately, but for such a long time my magic was my most useful tool. My secret weapon. As much hiding and scavenging as I did before, it would have been 10 times worse if any of my crimes had followed me. Are those days really past me now? Permanently? Aspen's idea of stopping my magic is interesting, but I can't get it out of my head. Being able to be remembered by everyone I care about is the number one thing I can ask for right now. But will it always be that way? Say there was a way that I could change things and make it so people didn't forget me. What if it wasn't possible for me to change my mind later? Sure, it sounds nice at the moment, but forever is a long time. I keep being reminded of that. I tug my necklace up so I can see the bead. It still has a soft white glow to it. I wish I knew what it meant. I wish I knew what any of it meant or how it worked. I wish I didn't have to deal with all these problems and questions. Of all the forms for my magic to take, it had to be this confusing one. Gripping my bead in a fist, I yank my necklace off my neck and hurl it away from me. It clatters and rattles as it hits the wall and then the floor, lying like a snake in the darkness. Closing my eyes, I silently count in my head. 1, 2... There's no flicker or pop as my necklace reappears around my throat as if it had never left. My bead hasn't changed at all. Not that I expected it to. Sighing, I roll over to my side. Not tired enough to sleep, but not feeling like doing much else either. This necklace has felt like a lot of things before. A comfort, a memento, a guide. It's been my one constant since the beginning. Right now, heavy against my pillow, it feels like an anchor. Morning. Like always, the next morning I'm cheered up by seeing my friends. After a quick breakfast, Aspen spreads out some sheets of paper on the table, and Julia and I both crowd in to see.
So I started doing some research on Gumiho. I found plenty of information that I thought was interesting, but I'm not sure how much of it will be useful.
You know what will be useful though? A subscription, because guys, we are 5 hours into stream, so it's time for me to run some more ads. You can avoid that ad by subscribing for $5.99 to $6. Skip your coffee and get ad-free viewing all month long, or you can link Amazon Prime to your Twitch account and subscribe for free every single month with a Twitch Prime subscription. Subscribe for free now.
Hey, that does sound just like me.
Oh, don't say that.
I'm just kidding.
Good. As I was saying, it's hard to figure out what's accurate and what isn't. A lot of the specific details would have had to come from the Gumiho themselves, and as far as I can tell, none of them are talking. I couldn't find anything about memory or forgetting. Maybe it's self-explanatory, why not? Beyond that, most of what seemed accurate were things that we already knew, like being able to change into a fox. Have you had any luck, Juliet?
I'm afraid not. I checked what books I could think of, and none of them yielded any more than you said. I'm not aware of anyone else around who might be helpful either, unfortunately.
Where's my scroll?
Of course, it's only been a couple of days so far. I'll keep looking. We're bound to learn something eventually.
I'll keep looking too. There was one other thing that came up I thought might be worth mentioning.
Oh?
I read a lot about Gumiho carrying a special bead that has something to do with their magic. You have one of those yourself, right?
I removed my necklace, more gently than last night, and I hold it out for them to see.
Yeah. I've had it my whole life.
May I see it?
You can try.
I pass it to her and Aspen handles it delicately.
Pardon? What do you mean?
It poops out of her hand and back around my neck.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I couldn't get rid of it, even if I wanted to.
Am I wrong? Or is it glowing?
Yeah, that part's new. I was in bed when I noticed it a couple days ago. I know it's important, but not how or why.
Your wild instincts inform you.
Juliet says it so matter-of-factly. Not like there's something bad or that I should have gotten rid of. There's still a part of me. My other self, no, the other part of me, hasn't gone away. Even as I've spent more time away from it. When I first came to Wellington, I still thought of myself as a fox. Now, I'm not sure how I see myself. But my bead and its mysteries are a reminder that I'm something different.
Well, that sounds promising. It means something is happening, even if we're not sure what. Let us know if you notice it changing in any other ways, Miho. The more knowledge we have, the better.
Yeah, I will.
Once again, I think of Silver and her bead, which shone much more than mine. Will mine look like that someday? I wonder what it took to make her glow so brightly. Maybe even Silver doesn't know how the bead works. If it was instinctual, then shouldn't I understand too? I guess I'll just have to ask sometime. I wrap my necklace back around my neck, popping the magnetic clasp together.
One way or another, we'll soon know more about Miho's magic from your experiment.
Yes, I think it's just about time for Miho and I to head out. By the time we get there, it'll have been a full day.
I'm ready to go if you are. You know I hate sitting around waiting.
Another thing we have in common. All right then, let's be off.
Good luck, you two. Let me know how it goes.
Will do.
This time, when we get to the Bell House, Lena isn't waiting outside.
There's always a chance she just forgot in the regular way. I should have texted her first.
Guess we'll find out.
For what feels like the 1000th time in the last few weeks, I'm shaky with nervous energy. At least there's not any risk here. In the worst case scenario, nothing changes. I take the lead and open the door, and then follow her in. Lena's behind the counter.
Hey, boss!
She looks at me.
Who's your friend?
No! It doesn't work. I try to hide the disappointment from my face. Well, it was worth a shot. It's too bad, but at least I was prepared.
Miho, I'm
just messing with you. I remember everything. Told you my secret technique would work. I'll call you again tonight.
It takes a second for me to process the significance of Lena's words, but once I do, I break into a grin. Aspen also looks excited, but a bit regretful too.
That's great news. This will be such a big help in the future, I'm sure.
Dude, to think if Aspen had service, we could have FaceTimed and then we would have been fine. Oh, man.
Yeah, definitely.
I know she and I are both thinking the same thing. If only we tried this sooner. We could have talked to each other that morning before Aspen got on the bus, and then everything would have been fine. As it is, this huge life-changing moment is bittersweet. Still, it really is a big relief. With this, my future just got a whole lot easier. After saying goodbye to Aspen and Lena, I start walking back home. As I go, I pull out my new phone and slowly tap through the screens.
Let's see. I think it was here.
I manage to find my way to my messages, and then I find Juliet. I have to stop walking in order to concentrate enough to write out a quick note. It worked. Since Juliet's the one who got me the phone, it seems fitting to let her know by using it too. Although Juliet doesn't reply to my text, when I get back to the library, she's waiting for me with a big smile on her face.
Miho, welcome back. I saw your message, but thought I would wait to congratulate you in person.
Okay, leaving me on red flag.
Thanks. I'm still processing it myself, you know.
I grab one of the spare chairs from close by and then join her from behind the desk, taking a seat.
Even though it's such a big deal for me, it was pretty normal for everyone else. Or at least, it should have been.
I slide the phone out of my pocket and hold it in my hand carefully, staring at the polished glass screen.
That doesn't make it any less special. Change doesn't happen all at once. You should enjoy these little moments along the way.
Yeah.
I'm sure she's thinking about Aspen too, but bringing that up would just be bringing down the mood. Instead, I try to do what Juliet suggests. Let myself focus on the good things that means. Let myself focus on the good things this means from now on.
Yeah, you're right.
The little piece of technology that I'm holding is just the first step into a new world of possibilities.
No more being forgotten. At least, by the people that matter.
As long as they have a phone too, at least. I know enough about phones and how unreliable they can be to know it isn't a perfect solution.
I still want to know more about my magic and how it works, though. I'm not sure I want to just get rid of it, like Aspen suggested.
I understand. As a human, I think it's hard for her to grasp what that would be like. There's certainly merit to learning about it, though, as you say.
It's kind of funny that now machines can do a lot of stuff that only magic could do before. Like, flying. I used to be so jealous of Fabled who could fly.
I know quite what you mean. Why, sometimes I feel as if the rest of the world has passed me by with some of its changes.
Really? I don't think so. I mean, you know how to use a phone and a computer and all those things. Seems like you're keeping up to me.
Perhaps. I still prefer to write something by hand, or have a conversation face to face when possible, though. Maybe that's just what it is to get old.
You're not getting old. At least, I don't think so. I don't feel old, and we've been alive for almost the same amount of time.
I certainly do feel younger when you're around too. You remind me to enjoy the moment more often.
That's what I'm here for. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's not thinking about the future.
Making Juliet laugh makes me smile, because it's something she doesn't do very often. When it happens, it's like a rare treat. Without Juliet, none of the good things in my life would be possible. She's the one who gave me a place to stay, a way to take care of myself, and now she's even given me a way to be remembered. All of that for free, too. I know she says I don't owe her anything, but the least I can do is try to make her smile when possible. Even that doesn't feel like it's enough. It's a start, though, as she's always fond of saying, just like the phone is a start, too. Juliet's laugh turns into a yawn. Although she tries to hide it with the back of her hand, I leap up from where I've been sitting.
I can take over from here, so you can go to bed. Thanks for covering for me while I was out.
It was my pleasure. It's nice to be behind the counter again every once in a while, and to see our guest in person.
Now that I think about it, she does sleep through the busiest hours every day, so she never really gets to see anyone enjoying this place she works so hard to put together.
Do you know most of them?
I recognize many, but it would be a stretch to say I know them. Their names, perhaps, or even their reading habits, but not much beyond that.
That's too bad. I'll bet most people don't know how hard you work on the library, even though they come here all the time.
Oh, that's all right. I don't need the recognition, so long as the library itself is appreciated. Besides, you work harder for it than I do nowadays.
I guess that's true. But only so you can help people in other ways. Besides, you did my job for way longer than I have.
I've been here only a fraction of the time she has, but even I can remember some of our regulars. Although they occasionally ask about Juliet, it seems like they think of her more like a public service than a person. I can't pretend I don't understand why. It's like Juliet has two lives, the one that she leads at night by herself, and the one she briefly shares with everyone else each day. And both of those are devoted to the people of Wellington. She rises, gazing around the room. It's still early enough that there aren't many patrons around, but a handful are browsing or reading. Watching her look around, I could see a kind of sadness in her eyes, like when she told me about Cassette, or talked with me about Aspen. It's not too different from how she normally looks, but I spend enough time with her that I can tell the difference. It instantly tempers some of my excitement from the new phone.
What's wrong?
Her focus snaps to me, and her face clears like I wasn't supposed to notice that.
Nothing. I was simply reminiscing a little. I do feel rather tired, though. Good night, Miho.
With her trademark smile, she turns and starts to stride past me on her way to her room. As she passes by, I clear my throat.
Hey.
Ooh. Juliet pauses.
Are you sure you're okay?
I look up, but she's just facing forward, eyes locked on the stairs. After a moment's hesitation, she starts walking again.
Yes. Good night, Miho.
I don't try to stop her a second time, and I watch as she heads down the hall and then up the stairs. Nobody else seems to pay much attention. Just because we said that we'd be more open from now on doesn't mean she has to tell me everything. She still has plenty of secrets, that's for sure. I wish she'd let me try to help her though, even if it's just listening. The way she can go from laughing to frowning in just a few seconds. I can't repent. I keep on saying repent. I can't pretend that I don't relate. I wonder if it's one of those feelings. I wonder if one of those feelings is more honest than the other. If so, I can probably guess which one. Whatever it is that has her down, it's not something that I can worry about too much right now. I'll be here if she needs, of course, but it's up to her to do that. For now, I'll just keep helping her out the only way I know how. Pulling the morning stacks of returns and requests, I get to work. Okay, no dialogue. Where do we go? We've been to Cuba Street. Let's go to the park. It's been a while since we've been to the park. Kids in the park are flying kites today. They come in all different shapes and sizes, some with trailing ribbons, some in bird-like formation, all of them colorful and easy to spot, even as they drift higher and higher into the sky. Whenever I've seen kites before, I don't understand the appeal of watching something pretend to fly, but I try to use my imagination a little and picture them picture them like the kids do, real flying creatures or machines. I guess a lot of toys are like this, strange, pointless, fascinating little diversions. I can't help but be a little bit jealous. Maybe I'll make one for myself next time.
Talk to you later. Good night.
I press the button to end the call on my phone and then gently set the device on my windowsill. Getting through the phone calls needed to make sure I'm not forgotten is much more work than I expected. I'm glad that the people I've befriended are willing to put in the effort to see me every day. It's still such an inconvenience, though, and such a risk. For their sake as much as my own, I need to try to find a better solution, whether that means getting rid of my magic entirely or not. I have to at least know what my options are. I can't leave it all for Aspen and Juliet to figure out either. I need to put my own effort in too. While I'm not nearly as good at researching and reading as they are, there's still that one idea that came to mind a few times. It's time to finally put it into action. Leaving my phone in my room, I get dressed and slip silently out the front door, making my way to Mount Victoria. Oh! The sound. At the very edge of the path, I transform. Nose close to the ground, I head for the tree line and the wild part of the mountain. I'm rusty when it comes to tracking, and the sheer number of scents that assault my nose is overwhelming. I have to sift between them in my head while I run, disregarding the ones that I can tell are humans or other fabled or just part of nature. It isn't until I'm far from any roads or homes that I finally catch what I'm looking for, that familiar but unrecognizable presence. Honing in on what I can detect of Silver's trail, I follow it as closely as I can. Sometimes the lead goes cold, but I pick it up again a few meters away, in a different direction. The path is windy and hard to follow. How does anyone live like this? It doesn't feel as if the path is leading anyone in particular, but I stay on it, keeping my eyes and ears peeled from any other sign of her. Finally, after picking up the trail yet again near the river, I follow it until I reach a familiar spot and transform yet again.
No way.
It's been weeks, but traces of my den are still there. The weather's destroyed a lot of it, but the tunnel's only half caved in, and evidence of the holes where I buried my snacks and supplies remain too. Has Silver been staying here? There aren't many signs of life more recent than mine. Still, her scent ends here, even if she just disappeared. Something rustles from over the near collapsed den. Even with the moonlight, it's hard for me to see, so I change back into a fox, straining all my senses to detect anything. I don't. Nothing but me and the wind. Changing forms yet again, I still get the feeling that I'm not alone.
Hello?
Closing my eyes, I listen for any kind of response, a footstep or a whisper, or even a breath. All I hear is silence.
Pitiful.
The voice is just inches from my ear, and I leap away in pure instinct, spinning around to face Silver.
I gave you so many chances, and you failed every one of them.
Wow. I don't know where she came from, or how I didn't notice her, but she's here, slouching in the moonlight. Although I'm sure that, just like me, she could turn around at a moment's notice. Or fight. I hope that's not what she wants, because I don't think I'd win.
How'd you do that? Sneak up on me like that, I mean.
I didn't even have to try. I see nothing has changed since last time. If anything, the human pet has only gotten more docile. Tell me, do they feed you scraps from a bowl as well?
It's a plate, usually.
She certainly hasn't gotten any nicer since last time. But as harsh as she sounds, she remains at a distance, and I let myself relax a little. Now that I've had time to get used to her existence, she doesn't seem as intimidating. Even if I was more scared, I wouldn't want to show it like last time. Maybe it's because she reminds me of myself in some ways. Although her arms are crossed, one of her wrists shines in the moonlight from where her bead hangs on a strap. It's almost like looking in a mirror. We're as different as any other two people can be, but just as exciting. We're as different as any two people can be, but just by existing, I feel some kind of bond with her, something wild. Behind her shawl, I can see her eyes narrow.
So you admit it then. Perhaps it's for the best. A dog dreams of nothing more than its master's hand. You can close your eyes, forgetting what made you open them in the first place, and disappear.
Silver spits out her last words like a challenge, daring me to respond. Her eyes shine like her beads does. I don't respond, unsure how. Not because she's made me question myself, but because I don't think she'd believe what I have to say. It feels like it's been ages, but really it's only been a few months that I've been here in New Zealand. Not even a year ago. Didn't I feel the same way she does? Telling myself that I wasn't missing out on anything by being alone. Chasing some dream for decades without even stopping to think about it. Just dreaming my way through life. How could I tell her? What could I say that would change her mind? I already know the answer. There isn't anything. Sometimes there are no right words.
I see you've forgotten how to speak as well. But tell me, if you can, what was it you hoped to achieve by coming here? I could have left you chasing your tail in the dark if I'd wanted to, but you've somehow made me curious. I fail to imagine the desires of a hound.
I unhook my necklace and hold it in one hand. The pearls make a soft sound as they bang against each other, but my beads clatters loudly against its neighbor. It's still glowing, same as this morning.
Because I wanted to ask you something. If there was some way to stop her magic. Stop people from forgetting about us.
My fingers curl over the bead. I don't even have to see her face to know her reaction. She laughs just once, and it sounds like a bark.
You managed to surprise me again. I didn't think even you would be so shameless as to try and rid yourself of your gifts. Ignore them, perhaps, but to abandon them? You have outdone yourself, dog. Fitting that you wear it around your neck like a collar. As for forgetting, I can only guess at what you must mean. Don't think yourself the same as me. My magic is nothing like yours. It takes a different form in every one of our sisters. My sisters, I should say.
Then what does yours do instead?
I don't see why I should tell you that. A dog need not concern itself with affairs above its head.
This dog thing is getting pretty old, you know.
Then leave. I only chose to acknowledge you to satiate my own curiosity. It won't happen a second time. Goodbye, dog.
Quick as a flash, Silver transforms, the glow from her bead lingering for a moment in the air. Before her paws have all touched the ground, she's already running away. Soon, even her shining fur disappears into the night. I don't give chase. I never really expected her to answer my question in the first place. Still, I don't think this visit was a waste of time. Before I leave, I take a final look around my den. When I left here with Julia months ago, I expected to be back soon, but since I never went back, I never really said goodbye. It wasn't much even then, and it's even less now. Compared to some of the other hideouts I've made, I didn't stay here very long. Still, it's special. I'd have a hard time getting back to sleeping in the ground instead of a bed again, even if I had to. Maybe it'll change in the future, but right now, I'm pretty sure this will be the last den I ever made. Looking around, I'm all alone again, and it's silent. The birds that used to chirp and greet me in the morning are either sleeping or gone. Still.
Night-night, birdies.
I whisper a final farewell before changing forms and dashing back to the library. After my late-night encounter with Silver, I decided to sleep in a little bit longer than usual, but when I head downstairs for breakfast, I find that I still beaten Aspen to it.
Good morning, Miho.
Morning!
There are usually 3 places set, but only Juliet occupies the table. I take my seat as well.
No Aspen? I guess I can call her if I need to.
She sent me a message to say that she'll be here, but that she's running late this morning.
Right on cue, the front door opens and Aspen hurries inside, clutching some papers as well as her bag to her chest.
Hello. Sorry I'm late.
It's no trouble.
We were just talking about you. You've got pretty good timing, huh?
Only sometimes. Speaking of which, I can't stay too long today, but there was something I wanted to talk to you both about in person.
What is it?
Let me catch my breath for a moment.
Aspen collapses into her seat, leaving her bundle of stuff on her lap. There's already a mug of coffee prepared for her by Juliet, which Aspen gulps down in a matter of seconds. Both Juliet and I watch in awed silence as Aspen scarfs down her meal in an equally short amount of time. I haven't touched my food at all yet. I'm not sure how she's supposed to catch her breath like this.
Did you forget to eat yesterday or something?
Shaking her head, Aspen shoves another piece of bread into her mouth, chewing and swallowing quickly. Finally, she puts down her utensils and sighs.
I'm in a bit of a hurry today.
I could tell.
Something tells me it's not on behalf of the Bell House.
Wait, does she have a publisher meeting?
No, not this time. The opposite, in a sense. I received this in the mail yesterday, after I got home from work.
She picks up the paper she brought with her and sets it on the table for us to see. It's a small envelope with a smaller letter inside. Aspen slides the letter out and starts to read.
It says, "Dear Ms. Benoit, we appreciate your manuscript submission and commend you for your success in completing a novel. Unfortunately, we do not find that it fits the criteria we're currently searching for, and as such, must respectfully decline. Best wishes, Purple Penguin Publications."
It takes me a minute to actually comprehend what she's saying. With everything else that's been going on involving Aspen, I'd forgotten about her book.
Oh, Aspen. I'm so sorry to hear that.
No, it's all right. I wasn't expected to get accepted by everyone I sent it to. It's not the first notice I've received either. However, there are some revisions I'd already been thinking about making, and receiving this rejection notice inspired me to actually begin on them. I stayed up late last night making changes, which is why I was so late to arrive.
If and when I do find someone that will take it, I'm sure they'll be glad to know I've already begun making improvements.
That's a really good way to see it.
How many are you still waiting to hear back from?
I don't even remember, to be honest. I mailed it to at least a dozen publishing houses. Maybe even twice that.
Whoa, that's a lot. At least one of them has to say yes, right?
That's my hope as well. However, I'm going to need to spend a lot more time working on it than I have been. Now that there's a draft complete, I can see all the different areas I need to touch up. So I won't be able to come by for breakfast quite as often. Now that I can call Miho, I'll check in that way every morning. But I won't be here in person as much.
Aww. All three of us paused, taking in the significance of Aspen's words. With a couple of exceptions, she's been here for breakfast almost every day that I've been in Wellington. It never crossed my mind that she might stop doing that at some point.
You'll be missed, of course, but that's quite exciting to hear. I can't wait to be able to put a copy of your novel on the library's shelves.
Please, that's still a long, long way off. Picturing that has been a motivator for myself as well, though.
Will we still see you again?
Of course! I'm not dead, you know. Just busy.
Right.
I asked Regina if I might be able to reduce my hours at the Bell House some, too. She wasn't thrilled, but she understood.
Dang it. Now how will I get free coffee?
You'll just have to pay like everyone else, I'm afraid. Or come by when I'm working. I'll still be there just as many days, but not for such long shifts.
Will you be coming to the library to write?
Occasionally, I'm sure. But it's easy to get distracted when I'm here. At home, I can just turn off my internet and get to work. That's what I tell myself I'll be doing, at least. Unfortunately, I do need to run for now. Since I overslept, I had to ask Lena to open without me. I have to get there before she burns the whole place down.
No wonder you were in such a rush.
Indeed. There's only so much time in the day, after all. But I wanted to say all this in person, since it may be a while before we see each other again.
Aspen carefully returns the letter to the envelope and then tosses that into her bag as she stands up.
Thank you for breakfast. It was lovely, as always.
You're most welcome. I hope you'll be able to join us again soon.
Bye, Aspen. Good luck.
Thank you. See you two later.
I wave goodbye until Aspen's out of the library, with the door shut behind her. When I turn back to face Juliet, she's staring ponderously in the same direction.
You think she'll be okay?
I'm surprised she's doing as well as she is, all things considered. I had worried that receiving a rejection, which was nearly inevitable, would break her spirit. But it seems to have done the opposite.
Yeah.
Even though Aspen talks about how important her writing is to her all this time, it's something that I've always taken for granted about her. Just like how Juliet never leaves without her parasol, Aspen always has the pen and notebook with her. At some point, I got so used to seeing them that I stopped really noticing. Now, though, our whole routine will be different, even though I know it's not a big deal, and that I'll still see her every day. At least in a video call. It feels like the last part of my former friendship with Aspen is gone. Just another reminder that everything changes, whether I want it to or not. Sitting there in silence with Juliet, I can't help but think about her own sadness yesterday morning. Aspen isn't the only one who needs to be worried about.
Are you feeling any better today?
Even if she doesn't want to give me the details, that's safe to ask. Sure enough, she smiles at me.
I am, thank you. I'm sorry for leaving the way I did.
It's okay. I understand. You didn't hurt my feelings or anything, but I could tell you were hiding something. You don't have to tell me what it was, though.
She nods, looking at me intently like she's searching for something. After a couple of seconds, I have to look away, unable to maintain eye contact for much longer.
Miho, could I ask you to keep a secret? From everyone, but especially from Aspen.
A secreto?
Yeah.
As I say that, I can feel my throat tighten. What could she possibly want to tell me? And only me. Biting her lip, Juliet thinks about it as if she really wants to say whatever it is. Finally, she looks away from me and instead gazes out the window, where the blinds cover most of the light.
I might be leaving soon.
Oh, where are you going?
To the underworld, most likely. But I don't think I'd be coming back.
What?
Oh.
That's all I can say. Oh. It's one of the last things I would have expected from her. The idea of Juliet not being here is as inconceivable as the sky not being here.
As I said, it's only a possibility right now. Hardly a commitment or a guarantee. It's simply something I've been contemplating.
Once the initial shock wears off, I fly to my feet, smacking the table as I lean forward.
What about Aspen, though? What about the library? What about everything?
What about me? I want to ask, but I don't.
Those are questions I've been pondering too. Someone else could take over the library in my stead. Most of the books and other items could remain here. Or perhaps this place could be reborn as something other than a library. It would be the decision of whoever came after me. As for Aspen, I'm sure she'd be sad at first, but she has her own life, and other things to fill it with. Her writing, her friends, her work.
Maybe I should just be a fox and free roam again, like nothing seems to be working out right now.
Aspen's strong, as we've seen.
Why don't you want me to tell her?
My voice comes out as just a whisper.
I'll tell her when the time is right. There's no need to have it weighing on her mind when it may not even come to pass.
I slump back into my seat, staring at the ground. I still can't fully believe what I'm hearing. And yet, how could I not understand?
And as for you, Miho.
Slowly, I look back up, meeting her gaze only for her to glance away immediately.
I'm sorry. I'd stay in touch, of course. With you and with Aspen. Phones work in the underworld nowadays.
Although she smiles as she says that, we both know it's a small consolation. She drops it almost immediately.
I'm sorry.
To my own surprise, I managed to shake my head.
No, don't be sorry. I get it. I mean, I don't get it, but I do. What it's like to have to leave or be somewhere else. I know that feeling.
Gently, Juliet reaches across the table, the tips of her fingers barely touching my hand.
You'll always have a home here. With or without me. The library is yours if you want it.
I shake my head again. I know I don't want that. This library only exists because of Juliet. It's only home because of Juliet. Without her, it's just a building. Just 4 walls and a roof. It feels like those walls are closing in. I take a deep breath, pushing down the rising feelings inside of me.
You said your mind's not made up, right?
Yes. I have my reasons for leaving, but I have reasons to stay as well.
Okay. That just means I have to find a way to make you want to stay.
Hey, yo. If I think of this as a task, a problem to be solved, then it's easier. I can't act like it's already too late and let myself go overwhelmed with bad feelings. Juliet's jaw drops, but like always, she quickly regains her composure. I can't help but notice the way she struggles to find words at first.
I couldn't ask that for you. Besides, you and Aspen are already 2 of those reasons. The biggest 2, in fact.
What about the opposite? The ones that make you want to leave?
Those are more complicated. I'm sorry, Miho. I know how this must all come across to you. It's difficult for me to explain when I'm still sorting out my own feelings, though. I promise I'll tell you when I can.
We look across the table at each other. It's uncomfortable making eye contact like this, and a big part of me wants to look away. But also, I can feel there's something different about this moment. Like I'm really seeing Juliet, and I can tell that she's being as honest with me as she can. Maybe for the first time ever. I can tell that this isn't easy for her either. Finally, I nod, staring at our linked hands. I really do understand.
I won't tell Aspen, like you asked.
Thank you.
But that doesn't mean I won't try my best to make you want to stay either. Can you tell me one thing, though?
She hesitates, tensing up. I'll just ask.
Does it have anything to do with the other vampire who came here a few days ago?
Her shoulders relax, and her lips curve just barely upwards.
I should have known you saw him.
Sorry. I wasn't trying to. He flew right past my window, though.
It's fine. It's not a secret. That was Ezekiel, a vampire much older and wiser than I. Prefers to keep his own company, which is why you haven't met him. Very few people have. To answer your question, somewhat. We first met in the underworld, but he also came to the overworld before I did. When I first arrived here, he was the one who offered me guidance and advice. He even helped me get here in the first place. Now, many years later, he too is preparing to return home. When I heard of his intentions, it planted the seeds of that in my mind. Or rather, helped it take root. It had already been on my mind.
I see.
It makes sense that she'd know about other vampires. Even if I never see them myself, I wonder what she must be like. I wonder what it must be like for Juliet to call him wise. Juliet leans back in her chair, retracting her hand with a sigh.
Thank you for hearing me out. Will you be okay, Miho?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just surprised is all.
I know. I thought you would be, but I didn't want to hide it from you any longer.
Thanks. I'm glad you told me. It makes the other stuff make sense too.
The quiet sadness when she looks around, the way she talks about the library. In her heart, she's already said goodbye, hasn't she? We both stand up, ready to go our separate ways. Although I feel shaken by our conversation, I'm also relieved to understand her a little more. It's better than just wondering. With one final smile, Juliet passes me by.
Good night, Miho.
Night.
I slowly make my way to the front desk and sit down, getting started on autopilot. Making Juliet want to stay will be hard, especially on my own. And is it even fair for me to try? She's never pressured me to stay here. She just gives me a reason to want to. I think that's the important part. They have to be her reasons, not mine. Trying is all I can do. If it's not enough, then it's not enough. Either way, there's one thing that I know for sure. I need to make Oh my god. Either way, there's one thing that I know for sure. I need to make every minute that I spend with her count. Okay, chat, I think I kind of want to pause here for today. I'm getting tired. So... End of an era? Oh god. Okay, so let's pause here for today. I'm jumbling my words more, so I think I should pause. Okay. Guys, we did get a resub today, so we get to do calligraphy. You guys know the drill. Okay, let's get the camera set up. Bang. What is this? What are these? Clean. There we go. Once again, thank you to Ethan Maker for the 22-month resub with Prime. Thank you for your continued support. But there we have it. Let's see, no raid, nobody's live. Okay, well, guys, tomorrow we are doing our Halloween stream. So if you haven't already, and if you're watching the VOD, you have less than 24 hours to submit your scary story. I think tomorrow, because I gotta do errands. That stream will probably be like 5 p.m.-ish. 4 or 5 p.m. It'll be in the afternoon/evening for you guys. Because I think tomorrow, I'll still stream in the morning. Because the errands I can't do till midday anyway. So I think tomorrow I'll stream at like the morning time slot and do Poke Rogue. And then I'll go live again in the evening for scary stories. I think that's what we'll do. But yeah. So if you guys want something to watch, subscribe to the YouTube channels. I have a clip, VOD, and a highlight. Go subscribe to all three. And I should link the gaming channel. Subscribe to the gaming channel too. Videos coming soon. Smile. Okay, well, thank you all for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one. Goodbye. Thank you for watching. Dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum.